Hello, everyone. Welcome, wherever you are, whatever time it is. It's obviously bedtime. I'm so glad you're here with me. Yes, welcome, Vela. As you say, we are starting a new story today. We are going to go to the grand dame of horror stories. We're going to read Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. So, that'll be our wonderful new story for today. We'll figure out who's the man and who's the monster. Have any of you read Frankenstein before? I know everyone is familiar, at least somewhat familiar with the story, at least the pop culture versions of it. But I don't know, if you're like me, you haven't actually gone and read the original text, which is what we're going to do now. Kind of curious just how much has been lost between the other depictions of Frankenstein and the original text. I have the distinct feeling that the subtleties are going to have been missing in the popular depictions. I think that's like a lot of people. I've seen a lot of movie depictions of it. Various versions. Including what's probably my all-time favorite, Young Frankenstein. My name is Frankenstein! Have you guys seen Young Frankenstein? It's outstanding. Hilarious. Of course, I've got a weakness for Mel Brooks, so, that might be part of it. Now, I gotta see if I can find a particular poem real quick that I was asked to read. If I can find it. Here we go. All right. For our opening poem, we're going to read Kubla Khan by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Yes. Hello, Sparky. We did get to 71. Our new goal is 100. See if we can hit it. We didn't quite make the 75 last month, but I'm still pretty happy about 71. That's a hell of a compliment, you guys, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you for that. And we're going to do a little bit of Magic the Gathering after this stream. I decided that we're just going to do that Friday and Saturdays after the stream. It didn't really seem to be much of a hit during the week at other time slots because I gave it a try. So we'll see if it takes off on Fridays and Saturdays. And if it doesn't, I'll just play with you guys on Discord. I've had a lot of fun doing that, so... Speaking of magic and Discord and streaming, Gecko Jen has begun streaming again. So if you guys get a chance, go give her some love, check her out. She's been supporting us and is working on some art stuff to kind of plus up my channel a bit. So definitely give her some love in return. Let me see if I can do a shout out to her. There we go. There's a link to her channel. So she is planning... Oh, she's streaming right now? Okay. That's awesome. Nope, maybe not streaming right now. I bet that's just the last thing that she streamed was Jackbox Party Packs. But yeah, do give her a look. She's supposed to stream sometime today. So hopefully we'll be able to catch her. We might even raid her after the stream, depending. But give her some love and affection and attention. And by the way, I'm doing the cocoa with a little bit of schnapps again. You cannot shame me for day drinking. Not the way this year's already turning out. I mean, I feel like we're still in 2020. People are dying left and right from the pandemic. Madness is seeping into politics everywhere. The American Capitol got raided by people. I mean, madness. And we're only a few days into the new year. I do not have high hopes for this year. Okay, so Kubla Khan by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, or A Vision in a Dream, a fragment. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alph the sacred river ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunlit sea. So twice 5 miles of fertile ground, with walls and towers were girdled round, and there were garden brights with sinuous rills, where blossomed many an incense-bearing tree. And here were forests ancient as the hills, enfolding sunny spots of greenery. But oh, that deep romantic chasm which slanted down the green hill athwart a cedarn cover, a savage place, as holy and enchanted as e'er beneath a waning moon was haunted, by women wailing for her demon lover. And from this chasm, with ceaseless turmoil seething, as if this earth in fast, thick pants were breathing, a mighty fountain momently was forced, amid whose swift, half-intermitted burst, huge fragments vaulted like rebounding hail, or chaffy grain beneath the thresher's flail. And mid these dancing rocks, at once and ever, it flung up momently the sacred river, 5 miles meandering with amazing motion. Through wood and dale the sacred river ran, then reached the caverns measureless to man, and sank in tumult to a lifeless ocean. And mid this tumult Kubla heard from far ancestral voices prophesying war. The shadow of the dome of pleasure floated midway on the waves, where was heard the mingled measure from the fountain and the caves. It was a miracle of rare device, a sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice. A damsel with a dulcimer, in a vision once I saw. It was an Abyssinian maid, and on her dulcimer she played, singing of Mount Abora. Could I revive within me her symphony and song, to such a deep delight would win me, that with music loud and long, I would build that dome in air, that sunny dome, those caves of ice, and all who heard should see them there, and all should cry, Beware, beware! His flashing eyes, his floating hair, weave a circle round him thrice, and close your eyes with holy dread, for he on honey-dew hath fed, and drunk the milk of paradise. So there you go for the awesome person who was asking me to read that. Hey, J-Math. 3 years short of being of age. But still, Scotch is wonderful. All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed that poem. If you have, any of you, the rest of you have requests for poems you'd like to hear, provided they are in public domain, throw them into the book requests, or you can even DM me, that's fine. And I will see about reading them. But for now, we are going to jump into Frankenstein. And by the way, you get to hear the pages turn because I've got an actual physical copy of this one. Actually, I have an annotated physical copy, as it seems someone used this for a university course. Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus. Did I request thee, maker, from my clay, to mold me man? Did I solicit thee from darkness to promote me? Paradise Lost. To Mrs. Saville, England, St. Petersburg, December 7th, sometime in the 1700s. You will rejoice to hear that no disaster has accompanied the commencement of an enterprise which you have regarded with such evil forebodings. I arrived here yesterday, and my first task is to assure my dear sister of my welfare, and increasing confidence in the success of my undertaking. I am already far north of London, and as I walk in the streets of Petersburg, I feel a cold northern breeze play upon my cheeks, which braces my nerves and fills me with delight. Do you understand this feeling? This breeze, which has traveled from the regions towards which I am advancing, gives me a foretaste of these icy climes. Inspirited by this wind of promise, my daydreams become more fervent and vivid. I try in vain to be persuaded that the pole is the seat of frost and desolation. It ever presents itself to my imagination as the region of beauty and delight. There, Margaret, the sun is forever visible, its broad disk just skirting the horizon and diffusing a perpetual splendor. There, for with your leave, my sister, I will put some trust in preceding navigators. There, snow and frost are banished, and sailing over a calm sea, we may be wafted to a land surpassing in wonders and in beauty every region hitherto discovered on the habitable globe. Its productions and features may be without example. There's a note that the classical notion of a temperate Hyperborean zone still retained credibility in Shelley's time. As the phenomena of the heavenly bodies undoubtedly are in those undiscovered solitudes. What may not be expected in a country of eternal light? I may there discover the wondrous power which attracts the needle, and may regulate 1,000 celestial observations that require only this voyage to render their seeming eccentricities consistent forever. I shall satiate my ardent curiosity with the sight of a part of the world never before visited, and may tread a land never before imprinted by the foot of man. These are my enticements, and they are sufficient to conquer all fear of danger or death, and to induce me to commence this laborious voyage with the joy a child feels when he embarks in a little boat with his holiday mates on an expedition of discovery up his native river. But, supposing all these conjectures to be false, you cannot contest the inestimable benefit which I shall confer on all mankind to the last generation, by discovering a passage near the pole to those countries, to reach which at present so many months are requisite, or by ascertaining the secret of the magnet, which, if at all possible, can only be effected by an undertaking such as mine. These reflections have dispelled the agitation with which I began my letter, and I feel my heart glow with an enthusiasm which elevates me to heaven, for nothing contributes so much to tranquilize the mind as a steady purpose, a point on which the soul may fix its intellectual eye. This expedition has been the favorite dream of my early years. I have read with ardor the accounts of the various voyages which have been made and the prospect of arriving at the North Pacific Ocean through the seas which surround the pole. You may remember that a history of all the voyages made for purposes of discovery composed the whole of our good Uncle Thomas's library. My education was neglected, yet I was passionately fond of reading. These volumes were my study day and night, and my familiarity with them increased that regret which I had felt as a child on learning that my father's dying injunction had forbidden my uncle to allow me to embark in a seafaring life. These visions faded when I perused, for the first time, those poets whose effusions entranced my soul and lifted it to heaven. I also became a poet, and for 1 year lived in a paradise of my own creation. I imagined that I also might obtain a niche in the temple where the names of Homer and Shakespeare are consecrated. You are all well acquainted with my failure, and how heavily I bore the disappointment. But just at that time I inherited the fortune of my cousin, and my thoughts were turned into the channel of their earlier bent. 6 years have passed since I resolved on my present undertaking. I can, even now, remember the hour from which I dedicated myself to this great enterprise. I commenced by inuring my body to hardship. I accompanied the whale fishers on several expeditions to the North Sea. I voluntarily endured cold, famine, thirst, and want of sleep. I often worked harder than the common sailors during the day, and devoted my nights to the study of mathematics, the theory of medicine, and those branches of physical science from which a naval adventurer might derive the greatest practical advantage. Twice I actually hired myself as an undermate in a Greenland whaler, and acquitted myself to admiration. I must own I feel a little proud when my captain offered me the second dignity in the vessel, and entreated me to remain with the greatest earnestness. So valuable did he consider my services. And now, dear Margaret, do I not deserve to accomplish some great purpose? My life might have been passed in ease and luxury, but I preferred glory to every enticement that wealth placed in my path. Oh, that some encouraging voice would answer in the affirmative. My courage and my resolution is firm, but my hopes fluctuate, and my spirits are often depressed. I am about to proceed on a long and difficult voyage, the emergencies of which will demand all my fortitude. I am required not only to raise the spirits of others, but sometimes to sustain my own when theirs are failing. This is the most favorable period for traveling in Russia. They fly quickly over the snow in their sledges. The motion is pleasant and, in my opinion, far more agreeable than that of an English stagecoach. The cold is not excessive if you are wrapped in furs, a dress which I have already adopted, for there is a great difference between walking the deck and remaining seated motionless for hours, when no exercise prevents the blood from actually freezing in your veins. I have no ambition to lose my life on the post road between St. Petersburg and Archangel. I shall depart for the latter town in a fortnight or 3 weeks, and my intention is to hire a ship there, which can easily be done by paying the insurance for the owner, and to engage as many sailors as I think necessary among those who are accustomed to the whale fishing. I do not intend to sail until the month of June. And when shall I return? Ah, dear sister, how can I answer this question? If I succeed, many, many months, perhaps years, will pass before you and I may meet. If I fail, you will see me again soon, or never. Farewell, my dear, excellent Margaret. Heaven shower down blessings on you, and save me that I may again and again testify my gratitude for all your love and kindness. Your affectionate brother, R. Walton. Letter number 2. To Mrs. Saville, England. Archangel, 28th of March in the 1700s. I say in the 1700s because the date is 17 and then a dash, as they don't actually specify which year it is. How slowly the time passes here, encompassed as I am by frost and snow. Yet a second step is taken toward my enterprise. I have hired a vessel, and am occupied in collecting my sailors. Those whom I had already engaged appear to be men on whom I can depend, and are certainly possessed of dauntless courage. But I have one want which I have never yet been able to satisfy, and the absence of the object which I now feel as a most severe evil. I have no friend, Margaret. When I am glowing with the enthusiasm of success, there will be none to participate my joy. If I am assailed by disappointment, no one will endeavor to sustain me in dejection. I shall commit my thoughts to paper, it is true, but that is a poor medium for the communication of feeling. I desire the company of a man who could sympathize with me, whose eyes would reply to mine. You may deem me romantic, my dear sister, but I bitterly feel the want of a friend. I have no one near me, gentle yet courageous, possessed of a cultivated as well as of a capacious mind, whose tastes are like my own, to approve or amend my plans. How would such a friend repair the faults of your poor brother? I am too ardent in execution and too impatient of difficulties. But it is a still greater evil to me that I am self-educated. For the first 14 years of my life, I ran wild on a common and read nothing but our Uncle Thomas's books of voyages. At that age, I became acquainted with the celebrated poets of our own country. but it was only when it had ceased to be in my power to derive its most important benefits from such a conviction that I perceived the necessity of becoming acquainted with more languages than that of my native country. Now, I am 28, and am in reality more illiterate than many schoolboys of 15. It is true that I have thought more, and that my daydreams are more extended and magnificent, but they want, as the painters call it, keeping, meaning perspective in this case. And I greatly need a friend who would have sense enough not to despise me as a romantic, and affection enough for me to endeavor to regulate my mind. Well, these are useless complaints. I shall certainly find no friend on the wide ocean, nor, even here in Archangel, among merchants and seamen. Yet some feelings, unallied to the dross of human nature, beat even in these rugged bosoms. My lieutenant, for instance, is a man of wonderful courage and enterprise. He is madly desirous of glory. He is an Englishman, and in the midst of national and professional prejudices, unsoftened by cultivation, retains some of the noblest endowment of humanity. I first became acquainted with him on board a whale vessel. Finding that he was unemployed in this city, I easily engaged him to assist in my enterprise. The master is a person of an excellent disposition, and is remarkable in the ship for his gentleness and the mildness of his discipline. He is indeed of so amiable a nature that he will not hunt, a favorite and almost the only amusement here, because he cannot endure to spill blood. He is, moreover, heroically generous. Some years ago he loved a young Russian lady of moderate fortune, and having amassed a considerable sum in prize money, the bounty distributed according to rank among the officers and crew of a ship that captures an enemy vessel, for those of you who might not know. The father of the girl consented to the match. He saw his mistress once before the destined ceremony, but she was bathed in tears, and throwing herself at his feet, entreated him to spare her, confessing at the same time that she loved another, but that he was poor, and that her father would never consent to the union. My generous friend reassured the suppliant, and on being informed of the nature of her lover, instantly abandoned his pursuit. He had already bought a farm with his money, on which he had designed to pass the remainder of his life, but he bestowed the whole on his rival, together with the remains of his prize money to purchase stock, and then himself solicited the young woman's father to consent to her marriage with her lover. But the old man decidedly refused, thinking himself bound in honor to my friend, who, when he found the father inexorable, quitted his country, nor returned until he heard that his former mistress was married according to her inclinations. What a noble fellow, you will exclaim. I would exclaim what an idiot, but okay. He is so, but then he has passed all his life on board a vessel, and has scarcely an idea beyond the rope and the shroud. But do not suppose that, because I complain a little, or because I can conceive consolation for my toils, which I may never know, that I am wavering in my resolutions. Those are as fixed as fate, and my voyage is only now delayed until the weather shall permit my embarkation. The winter has been dreadfully severe, but the spring promises well, and is considered as a remarkably early season, so that perhaps I may sail sooner than I expected. I shall do nothing rashly. You know me sufficiently to confide in my prudence and considerateness whenever the safety of others is committed to my care. I cannot describe to you my sensations on the near prospect of my undertaking. It is impossible to communicate to you a conception of the trembling sensation, half pleasurable and half fearful, with which I am preparing to depart. I am going to unexplored regions, to the land of mist and snow. But I shall kill no albatross. Therefore, do not be alarmed for my safety. Shall I meet you again, after having traversed immense seas and returned by the most southern cape of Africa or America? I dare not expect such success, yet I cannot bear to look on the reverse of the picture. Continue to write to me by every opportunity. I may receive your letters, though the chance is very doubtful, on some occasions when I need them to most support my spirits. I love you very tenderly. Remember me with affection, should you never hear from me again. Your affectionate brother, Robert Walton. By the way, the albatross reference was another Samuel Taylor Coleridge poem called The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, which maybe I'll read that tomorrow. Letter number 3 to Mrs. Seville, England, July 7th, 1700s. My dear sister, the Rime of the Ancient Mariner came up earlier today? How so? Yes! I take it you would like a few more Samuel Taylor Coleridge works, Sparky? I feel like there might have been some enthusiasm there. Yeah, I get that feeling. I could be wrong. Perhaps I misunderstood. But I have the distinct impression that Sparky might like it a little bit. My dear sister, I write a few lines in haste to say that I am safe and well advanced on my voyage. This letter will reach England by a merchantman now on its homeward voyage from Archangel, more fortunate than I, who may not see my native land, perhaps for too many pages, perhaps for many years. I am, however, in good spirits. My men are bold and apparently firm of purpose, nor do the floating sheets of ice that continually pass us, indicating the dangers of the region towards which we are advancing, appear to dismay them. We have already reached a very high latitude, but it is the height of summer, and although not so warm as in England, the southern gales which blow us speedily toward these shores, which I so ardently desire to attain, breathe a degree of renovating warmth which I had not expected. No incidents have hitherto befallen us that would make a figure in a letter. One or two stiff gales, and the breaking of a mast are accidents which experienced navigators scarcely remember to record, and I shall be well content if nothing worse happen to us during our voyage. Adieu, my dear Margaret. Be assured that for my own sake, as well as yours, I will not rashly encounter danger. I will be cool, persevering, and prudent. Remember me to all my English friends. Most affectionately yours, R.W. Letter number 4 to Mrs. Seville, England, August 5th, 1700s. So strange an accident has happened to us that I cannot forbear recording it, although it is very probable that you will see me before these papers can come into your possession. Last Monday, July 31st, we were nearly surrounded by ice, which closed in the ship on all sides, scarcely leaving her the sea room in which she floated. Our situation was somewhat dangerous, especially as we were compassed around by a very thick fog. We accordingly lay to, hoping that some change would take place in the atmosphere and weather. About 2 o'clock the mist cleared away, and we beheld, stretched out in every direction, vast and irregular plains of ice, which seemed to have no end. Some of my comrades groaned, and my own mind began to grow watchful with anxious thoughts, when a strange sight suddenly attracted our attention, and diverted our solicitude from our own situation. We perceived a low carriage, fixed on a sledge, drawn by dogs, pass on toward the north, at the distance of half a mile. A being, which had the shape of a man, but apparently of gigantic stature, sat in the sledge and guided the dogs. We watched the rapid progress of the traveler with our telescopes, until he was lost among the distant inequalities of the ice. This appearance excited our unqualified wonder. We were, as we believed, many hundreds of miles from any land, but this apparition seemed to denote that it was not in reality so distant as we had supposed. Shut in, however, by ice, it was impossible to follow his track, which we had observed with the greatest attention. About 2 hours after this occurrence, we heard the ground sea, which is a heavy sea in which large waves rise and dash upon the coast without apparent cause. and before night the ice broke and freed our ship. We, however, lay to until the morning, fearing to encounter in the dark those large, loose masses which float about after the breaking up of the ice. I profited of this time to rest for a few hours. In the morning, however, as soon as it was light, I went upon deck and found all the sailors busy on one side of the vessel, apparently talking to someone in the sea. It was, in fact, a sledge, like that we had seen before, which had drifted toward us in the night, on a large fragment of ice. Only one dog remained alive, but there was a human being within it, whom the sailors were persuading to enter the vessel. He was not, as the other travelers seemed to be, a savage inhabitant of some undiscovered island, but a European. When I appeared on deck, the master said, "Here is our captain, and he will not allow you to perish on the open sea." On perceiving me, the stranger addressed me in English, although with a foreign accent. "Before I come on board your vessel," said he, "will you have the kindness to inform me whither you are bound?" You may conceive my astonishment on hearing such a question addressed to me from a man on the brink of destruction, and to whom I should have supposed that my vessel would have been a resource which he would not have exchanged for the most precious wealth the earth can afford. I replied, however, that we were on a voyage of discovery toward the northern pole. Upon hearing this, he appeared satisfied, and consented to come on board. Good God! Margaret, if you had seen the man who thus capitulated for his safety, your surprise would have been boundless. His limbs were nearly frozen, and his body dreadfully emaciated by fatigue and suffering. I never saw a man in so wretched a condition. We attempted to carry him into the cabin, but as soon as he had quitted the fresh air, he fainted. We accordingly brought him back to the deck and restored him to animation by rubbing him with brandy and forcing him to swallow a small quantity. As soon as he showed signs of life, we wrapped him up in blankets and placed him near the chimney of the kitchen stove. By slow degrees he recovered and ate a little soup, which restored him wonderfully. 2 days passed in this manner before he was able to speak, and I often feared that his sufferings had deprived him of understanding. When he had in some measure recovered, I removed him to my own cabin and attended on him as much as my duty would permit. I never saw a more interesting creature. His eyes have generally an expression of wildness and even madness, but there are moments when, if anyone performs an act of kindness toward him, or does him the most trifling service, his whole countenance is lighted up, as it were, with a beam of benevolence and sweetness that I never saw equaled. But he is generally melancholy and despairing, and sometimes he gnashes his teeth, as if impatient of the weight of woes that oppresses him. When my guest was a little recovered, I had great trouble to keep off the men, who wished to ask him 1,000 questions, but I would not allow him to be tormented by their idle curiosity, in a state of body and mind whose restoration evidently depended upon entire repose. Once, however, the lieutenant asked why he had come so far upon the ice in so strange a vehicle. His countenance instantly assumed an aspect of the deepest gloom, and he replied, "To seek one who fled from me." "And did the man whom you pursued travel in the same fashion?" "Yes." "Then I fancy we have seen him, for the day before we picked you up, we saw some dogs drawing a sledge with a man in it across the ice." This aroused the stranger's attention, and he asked a multitude of questions concerning the route which the demon, as he called him, had pursued. Soon after, when he was alone with me, he said, "I have, doubtless, excited your curiosity, as well as that of these good people, but you are too considerate to make inquiries." "Certainly, it would indeed be very impertinent and inhuman of me to trouble you with any inquisitiveness of mine." "And yet you rescued me from a strange and perilous situation. You have benevolently restored me to life." Soon after this he inquired if I thought that the breaking up of the ice had destroyed the other sledge. I replied that I could not answer with any degree of certainty, for the ice had not broken until near midnight, and the traveler might have arrived at a place of safety before that time, but of this I could not judge. From this time the stranger seemed very eager to be upon deck, to watch for the sledge which had before appeared, but I had persuaded him to remain in the cabin, for he is far too weak to sustain the rawness of the atmosphere. But I have promised that someone should watch for him, and give him instant notice if any new object should appear in sight. Such is my journal of what relates to this strange occurrence, up to the present day. The stranger has gradually improved in health, but is very silent, and appears uneasy when anyone except myself enters his cabin. Yet his manners are so conciliating and gentle that the sailors are all interested in him, although they have had very little communication with him. For my own part, I begin to love him as a brother, and his constant and deep grief fills me with sympathy and compassion. He must have been a noble creature in his better days, being even now in wreck so attractive and amiable. I said in one of my letters, my dear Margaret, that I should find no friend on the wide ocean. Yet I have found a man who, before his spirit had been broken by misery, I should have been happy to have possessed as the brother of my heart. I shall continue my journal concerning the stranger at intervals, should I have any fresh incidents to record. August the 13th, 1700s. My affection for my guest increases every day. He excites at once my admiration and my pity to an astonishing degree. How can I see so noble a creature destroyed by misery without feeling the most poignant grief? He is so gentle, yet so wise. His mind is so cultivated, and when he speaks, although his words are cold with the choicest art, yet they flow with rapidity and unparalleled eloquence. He is now much recovered from his illness, and is continually on the deck, apparently watching for the sledge that preceded his own. Yet, although unhappy, he is not so utterly occupied by his own misery, but that he interests himself deeply in the employments of others. He has asked me many questions concerning my design, and I have related my little history frankly to him. He appeared pleased with the confidence, and suggested several alterations in my plan, which I shall find exceedingly useful. There is no pedantry in his manner, but all he does appears to spring solely from the interest he instinctively takes in the welfare of those who surround him. He is often overcome by gloom, and then he sits by himself, and tries to overcome all that is sullen or unsocial in his humor. These paroxysms pass from him like a cloud from before the sun, though his dejection never leaves him. I have endeavored to win his confidence, and I trust that I have succeeded. One day I mentioned to him the desire I had always felt of finding a friend who might sympathize with me and direct me by his counsel. I said I did not belong to that class of men who are offended by advice. I am self-educated, and perhaps I hardly rely sufficiently upon my own powers. I wish, therefore, that my companion should be wiser and more experienced than myself, to confirm and support me, nor have I believed it impossible to find a true friend. I agree with you, replied the stranger, in believing that friendship is not only a desirable, but a possible acquisition. I once had a friend, the most noble of human creatures, and am entitled, therefore, to judge respecting friendship. You have hope and the world before you, and have no cause for despair. But I have lost everything, and cannot begin life anew. As he said this, his countenance became expressive of a calm, settled grief that touched me to the heart, but he was silent and presently retired to his cabin. Even broken in spirit as he is, no one can feel more deeply than he does the beauties of nature. The starry sky, the sea, and every sight afforded by these wonderful regions seem still to have the power of elevating his soul from earth. Such a man has a double existence. He may suffer misery and be overwhelmed by disappointments. Yet when he is retired into himself, he will be like a celestial spirit that has a halo around him, within whose circle no grief or folly ventures. Will you laugh at the enthusiasm I express concerning this divine wanderer? If you do, you must have certainly lost that simplicity which was once your characteristic charm. Yet if you will, smile at the warmth of my expressions, while I find every day new causes for repeating them. August 19th, 1700s. Yesterday, the stranger said to me, You may easily perceive, Captain Walton, that I have suffered great and unparalleled misfortunes. I had determined once that the memory of these evils should die with me, but you have won me to alter my determination. You seek for knowledge and wisdom, as I once did, and I ardently hope that the gratification of your wishes may not be a serpent to sting you, as mine has been. I do not know that the relation of my misfortunes will be useful to you, yet, if you are inclined, listen to my tale. I believe that the strange incidents connected with it will afford a view of nature which may enlarge your faculties and understanding. You will hear of powers and occurrences such as you have been accustomed to believe impossible, but I do not doubt that my tale conveys in its series internal evidence of the truth of the events of which it is composed. You may easily conceive that I was much gratified by the offered communication. Yet I could not endure that he should renew his grief by a recital of his misfortunes. I felt the greatest eagerness to hear the promised narrative, partly from curiosity, and partly from a strong desire to ameliorate his fate, if it were in my power. I expressed these feelings in my answer. I thank you, he replied, for your sympathy, but it is useless. My fate is nearly fulfilled. I wait but for one event, and then I shall repose in peace. I understand your feeling, continued he, perceiving that I wished to interrupt him. But you are mistaken, my friend, if thus you will allow me to name you. Nothing can alter my destiny. Listen to my history, and you will perceive how irrevocably it is determined. He then told me that he would commence his narrative the next day when I should be at leisure. This promise drew from me the warmest thanks. I have resolved every night, when I am not engaged, to record, as nearly as possible in his own words, what he has related during the day. If I should be engaged, I will at least make notes. This manuscript will doubtless afford you the greatest pleasure, but to me, who know him, and who hear it from his own lips, with what interest and sympathy I shall read it in some future day. One moment. I'm going to take off my pullover. All right. Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, Chapter 1. I guess this is the manuscript within the manuscript. Kind of like we had that sort of effect with William Hope Hodgson in the first book that we read, where we had like the introduction from the person who read it and then the manuscript they read to kind of like set the mood for it, I guess. I am by birth a Genevese, and my family is one of the most distinguished of that republic. My ancestors had been for many years counselors and syndics, and my father had filled several public situations with honor and reputation. He was respected by all who knew him for his integrity and indefatigable attention to public business. He passed his younger days perpetually occupied by the affairs of his country, and it was not until the decline of life that he thought of marrying and bestowing on the state sons who might carry his virtues and his name down to posterity. As the circumstances of his marriage illustrate his character, I cannot refrain from relating them. One of his most intimate friends was a merchant, who, from a flourishing state, fell through numerous mischances into poverty. This man, whose name was Beaufort, was of a proud and unbending disposition, and could not bear to live in poverty and oblivion in the same country where he had formerly been distinguished for his rank and magnificence. Having paid his debts, therefore, in the most honorable manner, he retreated with his daughter to the town of Lucerne, where he lived unknown and in wretchedness. My father loved Beaufort with the truest friendship, and was deeply grieved by his retreat in these unfortunate circumstances. He grieved also for the loss of his society, and resolved to seek him out and endeavor to persuade him to begin the world again through his credit and assistance. Beaufort had taken effectual measures to conceal himself, and it was 10 months before my father discovered his abode. Overjoyed at this discovery, he hastened to the house, which was situated in a mean street near the Rus. But when he entered, misery and despair alone welcomed him. Beaufort had saved but a very small amount of money from the wreck of his fortunes, but it was sufficient to provide him with sustenance for some months, and in the meantime he hoped to procure some respectable employment in a merchant's house. The interval was consequently spent in inaction. His grief only became more deep and rankling when he had leisure for reflection, and at length it took so fast hold of his mind that at the end of 3 months he lay on a bed of sickness, incapable of any exertion. His daughter attended him with the greatest tenderness, but she saw with despair that their little fund was rapidly decreasing, and that there was no other prospect of support. But Caroline Beaufort possessed a mind of an uncommon mold, and her courage rose to support her in her adversity. She procured plain work, meaning sewing. She plaited straw, and by various means contrived to earn a pittance scarcely sufficient to support life. Several months passed in this manner. Her father grew worse. Her time was more entirely occupied in attending him. Her means of subsistence decreased, and in the 10th month her father died in her arms, leaving her an orphan and a beggar. This last blow overcame her, and she knelt by Beaufort's coffin, weeping bitterly, when my father entered the chamber. He came like a protecting spirit to the poor girl, who committed herself to his care, and after the internment of his friend, he conducted her to Geneva, and placed her under the protection of a relation. 2 years after this event, Caroline became his wife. When my father became a husband and a parent, he found his time so occupied by the duties of his new situation that he relinquished many of his public employments, and devoted himself to the education of his children. Of these, I was the eldest, and the destined successor to all his labors and utility. No creature could have more tender parents than mine. My improvement and health were their constant care, especially as I remained for several years their only child. But before I continue my narrative, I must record an incident which took place when I was 4 years of age. My father had a sister whom he tenderly loved, and who had married early in life an Italian gentleman. Soon after her marriage, she had accompanied her husband into his native country, and for some years my father had very little communication with her. About the time I mentioned, she died, and a few months afterward he received a letter from her husband, acquainting him with his intention of marrying an Italian lady, and requesting my father to take charge of the infant Elizabeth, the only child of his deceased sister. "It is my wish," he said, "that you should consider her as your own daughter, and educate her thus. Her mother's fortune is secured to her, the documents of which I will commit to your keeping. Reflect upon this proposition, and decide whether you would prefer educating your niece yourself to her being brought up by a stepmother." My father did not hesitate, and immediately went to Italy, that he might accompany the little Elizabeth to her future home. I have often heard my mother say that she was at that time the most beautiful child she had ever seen, and showed signs even then of a gentle and affectionate disposition. These indications, and a desire to bind as closely as possible the ties of domestic love, determined my mother to consider Elizabeth as my future wife, a design which she never found reason to repent. Creepy. From this time, Elizabeth Lavenza became my playfellow, and as we grew older, my friend. She was docile and good-tempered, yet gay and playful as a summer insect. Although she was lively and animated, her feelings were strong and deep, and her disposition uncommonly affectionate. No one could better enjoy liberty, yet no one could submit with more grace than she did to constraint and caprice. Her imagination was luxuriant, yet her capability of application was great. Her person was the image of her mind. Her hazel eyes, although as lively as a bird's, possessed an attractive softness. Her figure was light and airy, and though capable of enduring great fatigue, she appeared the most fragile creature in the world. While I admired her understanding and fancy, I loved to tend on her, as I should on a favorite animal, and I never saw so much grace, both of person and mind, united to so little pretension. Everyone adored Elizabeth. If the servants had any request to make, it was always through her intercession. We were strangers to any species of disunion and dispute, for although there was a great dissimilitude in our characters, there was an harmony in that very dissimilitude. I was more calm and philosophical than my companion, yet my temper was not so yielding. My application was of longer endurance, but it was not so severe whilst it endured. I delighted in investigating the facts relative to the actual world. She busied herself in following the aerial creations of the poets. The world was to me a secret which I desired to discover. To her, it was a vacancy, which she sought to people with imaginations of her own. My brothers were considerably younger than myself, but I had a friend in one of my schoolfellows, who compensated for this deficiency. Henry Clerval was the son of a merchant of Geneva, an intimate friend of my father. He was a boy of singular talent and fancy. I remember, when he was 9 years old, he wrote a fairy tale, which was the delight and amazement of all his companions. His favorite study consisted in books of chivalry and romance, and when very young, I can remember that we used to act plays composed by him out of those favorite books, the principal characters of which were Orlando, Robin Hood, Amadis, and St. George. No youth could have passed more happily than mine. My parents were indulgent and my companions amiable. Our studies were never forced, and by some means we always had an end placed in view, which excited us to ardor in the prosecution of them. It was by this method, and not by emulation, that we were urged to application. Elizabeth was not incited to apply herself to drawing, that her companions might not outstrip her, but through the desire of pleasing her aunt, by the representation of some favorite scene done by her own hand. We learned Latin and English, that we might read the writings in those languages, and so far from study being made odious to us through punishment, we loved application, and our amusements would have been the labors of other children. Perhaps we did not read so many books or learn languages so quickly as those who are disciplined according to the ordinary methods, but what we learned was impressed the more deeply on our memories. In this description of our domestic circle, I include Henry Clerval, for he was constantly with us. He went to school with me, and generally passed the afternoon at our house, for, being an only child, and destitute of companions at home, his father was well pleased that he should find associates at our house, and we were never completely happy when Clerval was absent. I feel pleasure in dwelling on the recollections of childhood, before misfortune had tainted my mind, and changed its bright visions of extensive usefulness into gloomy and narrow reflections upon self. But, in drawing the picture of my early days, I must not omit to record those events which led, by insensible steps, to my after-tale of misery. For when I would account to myself for the birth of that passion, which afterwards ruled my destiny, I will find it arise like a mountain river from ignoble and almost forgotten sources. But swelling as it proceeded, it became the torrent which, in its course, has swept away all my hopes and joys. Natural philosophy is the genius that has regulated my fate. He means natural sciences. I desire, therefore, in this narration, to state those facts which led to my predilection for that science. When I was 13 years of age, we all went on a party of pleasure to the baths near Thonon. The inclemency of the weather obliged us to remain a day confined to the inn. In this house, I chanced to find a volume of the works of Cornelius Agrippa. I opened it with apathy. The theory which he attempts to demonstrate and the wonderful facts which he relates soon changed this feeling into enthusiasm. A new light seemed to dawn upon my mind, and bounding with joy I communicated my discovery to my father. By the way, Cornelius Agrippa wrote a book of the occult. I cannot help remarking here the many opportunities instructors possess of directing the attention of their pupils to useful knowledge, which they utterly neglect. My father looked carelessly at the title page of my book and said, "Ah, Cornelius Agrippa. My dear Victor, do not waste your time upon this. It is sad trash." If instead of this remark my father had taken the pains to explain to me that the principles of Agrippa had been entirely exploded, and that a modern system of science had been introduced, which possessed much greater powers than the ancient, because the powers of the latter were chimerical, while those of the former were real and practical. Under such circumstances I should certainly have thrown Agrippa aside, and with my imagination warmed as it was, should probably have applied myself to the more rational theory of chemistry, which has resulted from modern discoveries. It is even possible that the train of my ideas would never have received the fatal impulse that led to my ruin. But the cursory glance my father had taken at my volume by no means assured me that he was acquainted with its contents, and I continued to read with the greatest avidity. When I returned home, my first care was to procure the whole works of this author, and afterwards of Paracelsus and Albertus Magnus. I read and studied the wild fancies of these writers with delight. They appeared to me treasures known to few beside myself, and although I often wished to communicate these secret stores of knowledge to my father, yet his indefinite censure of my favorite Agrippa always withheld me. So basically he fell into wild tales and fancies of magic and the occult and that sort of thing. I disclosed my discoveries to Elizabeth, therefore, under a promise of strict secrecy, but she did not interest herself in the subject, and I was left by her to pursue my studies alone. It may appear very strange that a disciple of Albertus Magnus should arise in the 18th century, but our family was not scientifical, and I had not attended any of the lectures given at the schools of Geneva. My dreams were therefore undisturbed by reality, and I entered with the greatest diligence into the search of the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. But the latter obtained my most undivided attention. Wealth was an inferior object, but what glory would attend the discovery if I could banish disease from the human frame, and render man invulnerable to any but a violent death? Nor were these my only visions. The raising of ghosts or devils was a promise liberally accorded by my favorite authors, the fulfillment of which I most eagerly sought. And if my incantations were always unsuccessful, I attributed the failure rather to my own inexperience and mistake than to a want of skill or fidelity in my instructors. The natural phenomena that take place every day before our eyes did not escape my examinations. Distillation and the wonderful effects of steam, processes of which my favorite authors were utterly ignorant, excited my astonishment. But my utmost wonder was engaged by some experiments on an air pump, which I saw employed by a gentleman whom we were in the habit of visiting. The ignorance of the early philosophers on these and several other points served to decrease their credit with me, but I could not entirely throw them aside before some other system should occupy their place in my mind. When I was about 15 years old, we had retired to our house near Bellerive, when we witnessed a most violent and terrible thunderstorm. It advanced behind the mountains of Jura, and the thunder burst at once with a frightful loudness from various quarters of the heavens. I remained, while the storm lasted, watching its progress with curiosity and delight. As I stood at the door, on a sudden I beheld a stream of fire issue from an old and beautiful oak, which stood about 20 yards from our house. And so soon as the dazzling light vanished, the oak had disappeared, and nothing remained but a blasted stump. When we visited it the next morning, we found the tree shattered in a singular manner. It was not splintered by shock, but entirely reduced to thin ribbons of wood. I never beheld anything so utterly destroyed. The catastrophe of this tree excited my extreme astonishment, and I eagerly inquired of my father the nature and origin of thunder and lightning. He replied electricity, describing at the same time the various effects of that power. He constructed a small electrical machine and exhibited a few experiments. He also made a kite with wire and string, which drew down that fluid from the clouds. This last stroke completed the overflow of Cornelius Agrippa, Albertus Magnus, and Paracelsus, who had so long reigned the lords of my imagination. But, by some fatality, I did not feel inclined to commence the study of any modern system, and this disinclination was influenced by the following circumstance. My father expressed a wish that I should attend a course of lectures upon natural philosophy, to which I cheerfully consented. Some accident prevented my attending these lectures until the course was nearly finished. The lecture, being therefore one of the last, was entirely incomprehensible to me. The professor discoursed with the greatest fluency of potassium and boron, of sulfates and oxides, terms to which I could affix no idea, and I became disgusted with the science of natural philosophy, although I still read Pliny and Buffon with delight, authors, in my estimation, of nearly equal interest and utility. My occupations at this age were principally the mathematics and most of the branches of study appertaining to that science. Book keeps trying to close on me. I was busily employed in learning languages. Latin was already familiar to me, and I began to read some of the easiest Greek authors without the help of a lexicon. I also perfectly understood English and German. This is the list of my accomplishments at the age of 17, and you may conceive that my hours were fully employed in acquiring and maintaining a knowledge of this various literature. Another task also devolved upon me when I became the instructor of my brothers. Ernest was 6 years younger than myself and was my principal pupil. He had been afflicted with ill health from his infancy, through which Elizabeth and I had been his constant nurses. His disposition was gentle, but he was incapable of any severe application. William, the youngest of our family, was yet an infant, and the most beautiful little fellow in the world. His lively blue eyes, dimpled cheeks, and endearing manners inspired the tenderest affection. Such was our domestic circle, from which care and pain seemed forever banished. My father directed our studies, and my mother partook of our enjoyments. Neither of us possessed the slightest preeminence over the other. The voice of command was never heard amongst us, but mutual affection engaged us all to comply with and obey the slightest desire of each other. Chapter 2. When I had attained the age of 17, my parents resolved that I should become a student at the University of Ingolstadt. I had hitherto attended the schools of Geneva, but my father thought it necessary, for the completion of my education, that I should be made acquainted with other customs than those of my native country. My departure was therefore fixed at an early date, but before the day resolved upon could arrive, the first misfortune of my life occurred, an omen, as it were, of my future misery. Elizabeth had caught the scarlet fever, but her illness was not severe, and she quickly recovered. During her confinement, many arguments had been urged to persuade my mother to refrain from attending upon her. She had at first yielded to our entreaties, but when she heard that her favorite was recovering, she could no longer debar herself from her society, and entered her chamber long before the danger of infection was past. The consequences of this imprudence were fatal. On the third day my mother sickened. Her fever was very malignant, and the looks of her attendants prognosticated the worst event. On her deathbed, the fortitude and benignity of this admirable woman did not desert her. She joined the hands of Elizabeth and myself. "My children," she said, "my firmest hopes of future happiness were placed on the prospect of your union. This expectation will now be the consolation of your father. Elizabeth, my love, you must supply my place to your younger cousins. Alas, I regret that I am taken from you, and happy and beloved as I have been, is it not hard to quit you at all? Is it not hard to quit you all? But these are not thoughts befitting me. I will endeavor to resign myself cheerfully to death, and will indulge a hope of meeting you in another world." She died calmly, and her countenance expressed affection even in death. I need not describe the feeling of those whose dearest ties are rent by that most irreparable evil, the void that presents itself to the soul, and the despair that is exhibited on the countenance. It is so long before the mind can persuade itself that she, whom we saw every day, and whose very existence appeared a part of our own, can have departed forever, that the brightness of a beloved eye can have been extinguished, and the sound of a voice so familiar and dear to the ear can be hushed, never more to be heard. These are the reflections of the first days, but when the lapse of time proves the reality of the evil, then the actual bitterness of grief commences. Yet from whom has not that rude hand rent away some dear connection, and why should I describe a sorrow which all have felt and must feel? The time at length arrives when grief is rather an indulgence than a necessity, and the smile that plays upon the lips, although it may be deemed a sacrilege, is not banished. My mother was dead, but we still had duties which we ought to perform. We must continue our course with the rest, and learn to think ourselves fortunate, whilst one remains whom the spoiler has not seized. My journey to Ingolstadt, which had been deferred by these events, was now again determined upon. I obtained from my father a respite of some weeks. This period was spent sadly. My mother's death and my speedy departure depressed our spirits, but Elizabeth endeavored to renew the spirit of cheerfulness in our little society. Since the death of her aunt, her mind had acquired new firmness and vigor. She determined to fulfill her duties with the greatest exactness, and she felt that the most imperious duty of rendering her uncle and cousins happy had devolved upon her. She consoled me, amused her uncle, and instructed my brothers, and I never beheld her so enchanting as at this time, when she was continually endeavoring to contribute to the happiness of others, entirely forgetful of herself. The day of my departure at length arrived. I had taken leave of all my friends, excepting Clerval, who spent the last evening with us. He bitterly lamented that he was unable to accompany me, but his father could not be persuaded to part with him, intending that he should become a partner with him in business, in compliance with his favorite theory, that learning was superfluous in the commerce of ordinary life. Henry had a refined mind. He had no desire to be idle, and was well pleased to become his father's partner. But he believed that a man might be a very good trader, and yet possess a cultivated understanding. We sat late, listening to his complaints, and making many little arrangements for the future. The next morning early I departed. Tears gushed from the eyes of Elizabeth. They proceeded partly from sorrow at my departure, and partly because she reflected that the same journey was to have taken place 3 months before, when a mother's blessing would have accompanied me. I threw myself into the chaise that was to convey me away, and indulged in the most melancholy reflections. I, who had ever been surrounded by amiable companions, continually engaged in endeavoring to bestow mutual pleasure, I was now alone. In the university whither I was going, I must form my own friends and be my own protector. My life had hitherto been remarkably secluded and domestic, and this had given me invincible repugnance to new countenances. I loved my brothers, Elizabeth and Clerval. These were old familiar faces, but I believed myself totally unfitted for the company of strangers. Such were my reflections as I commenced my journey, but as I proceeded, my spirits and hopes rose. I ardently desired the acquisition of knowledge. I had often, when at home, thought it hard to remain during my youth cooped up in one place, and had longed to enter the world and take my station among other human beings. Now my desires were complied with, and it would, indeed, have been folly to repent. I had sufficient leisure for these and many other reflections during my journey to Ingolstadt, which was long and fatiguing. At length, the high white steeple of the town met my eyes. I alighted and was conducted to my solitary apartment to spend the evening as I pleased. The next morning I delivered my letters of introduction, and paid a visit to some of the principal professors, and among others to Mr. Crimp, professor of natural philosophy. He received me with politeness, and asked me several questions concerning my progress in the different branches of science appertaining to natural philosophy. I mentioned, it is true, with fear and trembling, the only authors I had ever read upon these subjects. The professor stared. "Have you," he said, "really spent your time in studying such nonsense?" I replied in the affirmative. "Every minute," continued Mr. Crump, with warmth. Every instant that you have wasted on those books is utterly and entirely lost. You have burdened your memory with exploded systems and useless names. I mean, I could take a tea break. Let me finish the professor ranting at him, and then, yeah, I'll take a quick break. You have burdened your memory with exploded systems and useless names. Good God! In what desert land have you lived where no one was kind enough to inform you that these fancies, which you have so greedily imbibed, are 1,000 years old, and as musty as they are ancient? I little expected in this enlightened and scientific age to find a disciple of Albertus Magnus and Paracelsus. My dear sir, you must begin your studies entirely anew. Rip. So he goes to introduce himself to his professors, and they're like, "You're an idiot, and you've wasted your entire life." Rough. Okay, let's see. Ow. What? I stretched. I'm allowed to stretch. It's permitted. Really, I swear. Well, I stretched and my elbow and shoulder on my left arm popped. And unfortunately, that's the arm that I injured in the military, and so it does tend to hurt a little bit. On the plus side, I've recovered from the partial dislocation the other day, so we're good on that. It is a little difficult to move around when I'm sitting here reading to you. No, I didn't kick anything. Ugh. Love the sympathy. Nothing but chastisement when I say ow. Alright, let's see. I owe you guys a question, don't I? Alright. What is the name in Patreon for each of the subscriber levels? By the way, if any of you are new or listening to this on the VOD, the Patreon link is on the screen right now. You don't have to subscribe over there. If you want to support the stream, it's absolutely welcome. But you don't have to for this giveaway at all. Please don't think that. And you can view all the subscription levels just by going over there and taking a look and then DMing me with the answer. As I've said, the first person to get me the correct answer gets a bonus point, and I will tally all the points at the end of the month, and the winner will get one or more games on Steam. Depends on what you already own, though, so I'm not announcing like a specific prize, because one person might have like Minecraft and Stardew and not have 7 Days to Die or Empyrean or something like that, and somebody else might be the opposite, or some other mixture. So it will depend entirely on what you already own. And if you already own all the games that the community plays, we'll get you something new that's cool. But that's why I'm not naming the specific prize for the giveaway. Oh, by the way, Vela, I have a favor to ask of you. Please don't let me forget to post all the questions that we've asked so far. I keep forgetting to do that, and I did say that I would. So I will post that in the Discord. The link to join the Discord, if you have just stumbled upon us, or if you're catching the VOD later, is on the screen right now as well. And please jump in, hang out with us, get to play games with me and others in the community. And that's also where like the book requests and poetry requests and stuff are too. But yeah. Okay. No. Nope. Wouldn't work like that. In fact, if you tried shenanigans, I'd probably just give you 0 points entirely. It also doesn't count if you don't include the question. So. All right. All right. You know what, Vela? Go ahead. You can participate. You haven't helped me with any of the questions so far, so go ahead. I don't know, J Math, you tell me. I suppose it depends on how much of an ass you think I am. By the way, do we have the mature setting on right now? Should probably check that. Don't actually mean to have it on at the moment. Let's check real quick while we're on a break. Nope, it's off. Okay. We're good. All right. Hey, I said if you didn't, or if you already owned them all, that I'd still buy you something cool. So, you wouldn't be out of luck. All right, let's see. You know what, JMath? If you already own every one of the games that the community plays and you win, yes, I would buy you KFC Dating Simulator, which is the most ridiculous thing ever. Unless it's like way more expensive than I think it is. Ouch. 8-Ball doesn't want you in the giveaway, Vela. I showed you KFC Dating Simulator once. It popped up in my my queue of recommended games. And I linked it to you and said, what the heck is this? Speaking of KFC, did you guys know they came out with their own gaming console? It's... I do not feel the slightest bit guilty about that. But no, they came out with their own console, and it keeps your fried chicken warm. It's got a chicken bucket that you put your fried chicken in, and you can eat the fried chicken right out of the gaming console. And that's how they deal with the waste heat from the system, is they use it to warm up the fried chicken and keep it warm. Yeah, it's a thing. I am shocked by this. If anybody like actually pulls the trigger and buys one of those, let me know how it works and what it actually plays. Because I don't even know what you'd play on it. I mean, is it like basically a PC? Does it connect to the Epic Game Store or the Steam Store, or how do you use it? Personally, I think heat and grease is a terrible thing to put on a gaming console. That just seems like bad news bears to me. But I mean, hey, you do you, I guess. Hey, little dude. You should pester your parents to get you a KFC gaming console, little dude. Just because. You're back in school now, right? How was your first few days back after break? They go pretty good? Do you have interesting classes? What are you studying right now? You learning algebra yet? No? Oh, man. All right. Well, when you get to algebra, let me know, and I'll help tutor you if you want. Although your parents are both pretty smart, so I'm sure they can help you too. But I have an unlimited number of mathematics puns. So, if you had me tutor you, there would be so many math puns. And then you could use them on your parents whenever they asked you about your homework. My kid is hilarious. She rolls her eyes and rolls her eyes and complains about my puns, but she listens really close to them, and then she goes and uses them on her friends. And it is absolutely hilarious to me. I love it. Good. Well, get to algebra, and then I will help you with your algebra homework and teach you lots and lots of mathematics puns. We will multiply the puns and conquer the world. Your mother's probably thinking, oh, I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. All right. Well, if everybody's back, let's get back to the story. I don't know about you guys, but so far this has been all entirely new material to me for the Frankenstein story. Like, I can't remember any of the movies, including like an Arctic expedition or anything like that. You're glad you don't have to do the algebra work now. Okay. It's just a regular computer plus a plus a chicken warmer. Oh, it's so weird. All right. Where were we? Ah, right. The professor went off on all the dino nuggies. Yes, you can play Ark and eat dino nuggies from your computer all at the same time. You can go meat run somebody's like giga farm, nom 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 on the screen, and nom nom in reality too. So saying, he stepped aside and wrote down a list of several books treating of natural philosophy, which he desired me to procure, and dismissed me, after mentioning that in the beginning of the following week He intended to commence a course of lectures upon natural philosophy and its general relations, and that Mr. Waldman, a fellow professor, would lecture upon chemistry the alternate days that he missed. I returned home, not disappointed, for I had long considered those authors useless whom the professor had so strongly reprobated. But I did not feel much inclined to study the books which I procured at his recommendation. Mr. Crimpy was a little squat man, with a gruff voice and repulsive countenance. The teacher, therefore, did not prepossess me in favor of his doctrine. Because, you definitely judge your teacher based on how physically attractive you find them. For sure. Is that how you guys judge all your teachers? Got the soundtrack for Hot for Teacher in the back of your minds all the time? Talking about college teachers. Dude. Oh, come on. That wasn't that bad. My point is that you don't judge your instructor based on their physical appearance. And he's talking about another guy. And it seems a very poor choice on his part in any way. Or in any case. Besides, I had a contempt for the uses of modern natural philosophy. It was very different when the masters of the science sought immortality and power. Such views, although futile, were grand. But now the scene was changed. The ambition of the inquirer seemed to limit itself to the annihilation of those visions on which my interest in science was chiefly founded. I was required to exchange chimeras of boundless grandeur for realities of little worth. All right. Ooh. I could record tutoring sessions for algebra with all the puns and call the channel Professor Puns. What do you think? Professor Puns teaches algebra? I could totally do that. Well, it would obviously be full of puns. Such were my reflections during the first 2 or 3 days spent almost in solitude. But as the ensuing week commenced, I thought of the information which Mr. Crumpe had given me concerning the lectures. And although I could not consent to go and hear that little conceited fellow deliver sentences out of a pulpit, I recollected what he had said of Mr. Waldman, whom I had never seen, as he had hitherto been out of town. Partly from curiosity, and partly from idleness, I went into the lecturing room, which Mr. Waldman entered shortly after. This professor was very unlike his colleague. He appeared about 50 years of age, but with an aspect expressive of the greatest benevolence. A few gray hairs covered his temples, but those at the back of his head were nearly black. His person was short, but remarkably erect, and his voice the sweetest I had ever heard. He began his lecture by a recapitulation of the history of chemistry, and the various improvements made by different men of learning, pronouncing with fervor the names of the most distinguished discoverers. He then took a cursory view of the present state of the science, and explained many of its elementary terms. After having made a few preparatory experiments, he concluded with a panegyric upon modern chemistry, the terms of which I shall never forget. The ancient teachers of this science, said he, promised impossibilities and performed nothing. The modern masters promise very little. They know that metals cannot be transmuted, and that the elixir of life is a chimera. But these philosophers, whose hands seem only made to dabble in dirt, and their eyes to pore over the microscope or crucible, have indeed performed miracles. They penetrate into the recesses of nature, and show how she works in her hiding places. They ascend into the heavens. They have discovered how the blood circulates, and the nature of the air we breathe. They have acquired new and almost unlimited powers. They can command the thunders of heaven, mimic the earthquake, and even mock the invisible world with its own shadows. I departed, highly pleased with the professor and his lecture, and paid him a visit the same evening. His manners in private were even more mild and attractive than in public, for there was a certain dignity in his mien during his lecture, which in his own house was replaced by the greatest affability and kindness. He heard with attention my little narration concerning my studies, and smiled at the names of Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus, but without the contempt that Mr. Crimpy had exhibited. He said that these were men to whose indefatigable zeal modern philosophers were indebted for most of the foundations of their knowledge. They had left to us an easier task, to give new names and arrange in connected classifications the facts which they in a great degree had been the instruments of bringing to light. The labors of men of genius, however erroneously directed, scarcely ever fail in ultimately turning to the solid advantage of mankind. I listened to his statement, which was delivered without any presumption or affectation, and then added that his lecture had removed my prejudices against modern chemists, and I at the same time requested his advice concerning the books I ought to procure. I am happy, said Mr. Waldman, to have gained a disciple, and if your application equals your ability, I have no doubt of your success. Chemistry is that branch of natural philosophy in which the greatest improvements have been and may be made. It is on that account that I have made it my peculiar study, but at the same time I have not neglected the other branches of science. A man would make but a very sorry chemist if he attended to that department of human knowledge alone. If your wish is to become really a man of science, and not merely a petty experimentalist, I should advise you to apply to every branch of natural philosophy, including mathematics. He then took me into his laboratory and explained to me the uses of his various machines, instructing me as to what I ought to procure, and promising me the use of his own when I should have advanced far enough in the science not to derange the mechanism. He also gave me the list of books which I had requested, and I took my leave. Thus ended a day memorable to me. It decided my future destiny. So, you can use my tools once you know enough not to break my shit. Chapter 3. From this day, natural philosophy, and particularly chemistry, in the most comprehensive sense of the term, became nearly my sole occupation. I read with ardor those works, so full of genius and discrimination, which modern inquirers have written on these subjects. I attended the lectures and cultivated the acquaintance of the men of science of the university, and I found, even in Mr. Crimpy, a great deal of sound sense and real information, combined, it is true, with a repulsive physiognomy and manners, but not on that account the less valuable. In Mr. Waldman I found a true friend. His gentleness was never tinged by dogmatism, and his instructions were given with an air of frankness and good nature that banished every idea of pedantry. It was, perhaps, the amiable character of this man that inclined me more to that branch of natural philosophy which he professed than an intrinsic love for the science itself. But this state of mind had place only in the first steps toward knowledge. The more fully I entered into the science, the more exclusively I pursued it for its own sake. That application, which at first had been a matter of duty and resolution, now became so ardent and eager that the stars often disappeared in the light of morning, whilst I was yet engaged in my laboratory. As I applied so closely, it may be easily conceived that I improved rapidly. My ardor was indeed the astonishment of the students, and my proficiency that of the masters. Professor Crimpy often asked me, with a sly smile, how Cornelius Agrippa went on, while Mr. Waldman expressed the most heartfelt exultation in my progress. 2 years passed in this manner, during which I paid no visit to Geneva, but was engaged, heart and soul, in the pursuit of some discoveries which I hoped to make. None but those who have experienced them can conceive of the enticements of science. In other studies, you go as far as others have gone before you, and there is nothing more to know. But in a scientific pursuit, there is continual food for discovery and wonder. A mind of moderate capacity, which closely pursues one study, must infallibly arrive at great proficiency in that study. And I, who continually sought the attainment of one object of pursuit, and was solely wrapped up in this, improved so rapidly that at the end of the 2 years I made some discoveries in the improvement of some chemical instruments, which procured me great esteem and admiration at the university. When I had arrived at this point, and had become as well acquainted with the theory and practice of natural philosophy as depended on the lessons of any of the professors at Ingolstadt, my residence there being no longer conducive to my improvements, I thought of returning to my friends in my native town, when an incident happened that protracted my stay. One of the phenomena which had peculiarly attracted my attention was the structure of the human frame, and indeed any animal endued with life. Whence, I often asked myself, did the principle of life proceed? It was a bold question, and one which has ever been considered as a mystery. Yet with how many things are we upon the brink of becoming acquainted, if cowardice or carelessness did not restrain our inquiries? I revolved these circumstances in my mind, and determined thenceforth to apply myself more particularly to those branches of natural philosophy which relate to physiology. Unless I had been animated by an almost supernatural enthusiasm, my application to this study would have been irksome and almost intolerable. To examine the causes of life, we must first have recourse to death. I became acquainted with the science of anatomy, but this was not sufficient. I must also observe the natural decay and corruption of the human body. In my education, my father had taken the greatest precautions that my mind should be impressed with no supernatural horrors. I do not ever remember to have trembled at a tale of superstition, or to have feared the apparition of a spirit. Darkness had no effect upon my fancy, and a churchyard was to me merely the receptacle of bodies deprived of life, which, from being the seat of beauty and strength, had become food for the worm. Now I was led to examine the cause and progress of this decay, and forced to spend days and nights in vaults and charnel houses. My attention was fixed upon every object the most insupportable to the delicacy of the human feelings. I saw how the fine form of man was degraded and wasted. I beheld the corruption of death succeed to the blooming cheek of life. I saw how the worm inherited the wonders of the eye and brain. I paused, examining and analyzing all the minutiae of causation, as exemplified in the change from life to death, and death to life, until, from the midst of this darkness, a sudden light broke in upon me. A light so brilliant and wondrous, yet so simple, that while I became dizzy with the immensity of the prospect which it illustrated, I was surprised that among so many men of genius, who had directed their inquiries toward the same science, that I alone should be reserved to discover so astonishing a secret. Remember, I am not recording the vision of a madman. The sun does not more certainly shine in the heavens than that which I now affirm is true. Some miracle might have produced it, yet the stages of the discovery were distinct and probable. After days and nights of incredible labor and fatigue, I succeeded in discovering the cause of generation in life. Nay, more, I became myself capable of bestowing animation upon lifeless matter. The astonishment which I had at first experienced on this discovery soon gave place to delight and rapture. After so much time spent in painful labor, to arrive at once at the summit of my desires was the most gratifying consummation of my toils. But this discovery was so great and overwhelming that all the steps by which I had been progressively led to it were obliterated, and I beheld only the results. What had been the study and desire of the wisest men since the creation of the world was now within my grasp. Not that, like a magic scene, it all opened upon me at once. The information I had obtained was of a nature rather to direct my endeavors so soon as I should point them toward the object of my search, than to exhibit that object already accomplished. I was like the Arabian who had been buried with the dead, and found a passage to life aided only by one glimmering and seemingly ineffectual light. I see by your eagerness, and the wonder and hope which your eyes express, my friend, that you expect to be informed of the secret with which I am acquainted. That cannot be. Listen patiently until the end of my story, and you will easily perceive why I am reserved upon that subject. I will not lead you on, unguarded and ardent as I then was, to your destruction and infallible misery. Learn from me, if not by my precepts, at least by my example, how dangerous is the acquirement of knowledge, and how much happier that man is who believes his native town to be the world, than he who inspires to become greater than his nature will allow. When I found so astonishing a power placed within my hands, I hesitated a long time concerning the manner in which I should employ it. Although I possessed the capacity of bestowing animation, yet to prepare a frame for the reception of it, with all its intricacies of fibers, muscles, and veins, still remained a work of inconceivable difficulty and labor. I doubted at first whether I should attempt the creation of a being like myself, or one of simpler organization. But my imagination was too much excited by my first success to permit me to doubt of my ability to give life to an animal as complex and wonderful as man. The materials at present within my command hardly appeared adequate to so arduous an undertaking, but I doubted not that I should ultimately succeed. I prepared myself for a multitude of reverses. My operations might be incessantly baffled, and at last my work be imperfect. Yet, when I considered the improvement which every day takes place in science and mechanics, I was encouraged to hope my present attempts would at least lay the foundation of future success. Nor could I consider the magnitude and complexity of my plan as any argument of its impracticability. It was with these feelings that I began the creation of a human being. As the minuteness of the parts formed a great hindrance to my speed, I resolved, contrary to my first intention, to make the being of a gigantic stature, that is to say, about 8 feet in height and proportionately large. After having formed this determination, and having spent some months in successfully collecting and arranging my materials, I began. No one can conceive the variety of feelings which bore me onwards, like a hurricane, in the first enthusiasm of success. Life and death appeared to me ideal bounds, which I should first break through and pour a torrent of light into our dark world. A new species would bless me as its creator and source. Many happy and excellent natures would owe their being to me. No father could claim the gratitude of his child so completely as I should deserve theirs. Pursuing these reflections, I thought that if I could bestow animation upon lifeless matter, I might, in process of time, although I now find it impossible, renew life where death had apparently devoted the body to corruption. These thoughts supported my spirits, while I pursued my undertaking with unremitting ardor. My cheek had grown pale with study, and my person had become emaciated with confinement. Sometimes, on the very brink of certainty, I failed, yet still I clung to the hope which the next day or the next hour might realize. One secret which I alone possessed was the hope to which I had dedicated myself, and the moon gazed on my midnight labors, while, with unrelaxed and breathless eagerness, I pursued nature to her hiding places. Who shall conceive the horrors of my secret toil, as I dabbled among the unhallowed damps of the grave, or tortured the living animal to animate the lifeless clay? My limbs now trembled, and my eyes swam with the remembrance. But then a resistless and almost frantic impulse urged me forward. I seemed to have lost all soul or sensation but for this one pursuit. It was indeed but a passing trance, that only made me feel with renewed acuteness so soon as the unnatural stimulus ceasing to operate, I had returned to my old habits. I collected bones from charnel houses, and disturbed with profane fingers the tremendous secrets of the human frame. In a solitary chamber, or rather cell, at the top of the house, and separated from all the other apartments by a gallery and staircase, I kept my workshop of filthy creation. My eyeballs were starting from their sockets in attending to the details of my employment. The dissecting room and the slaughterhouse furnished many of my materials, and often did my human nature turn with loathing from my occupation, whilst, still urged on by an eagerness which perpetually increased, I brought my work near to a conclusion. The summer months passed while I was thus engaged, heart and soul in one pursuit. It was a most beautiful season. Never did the fields bestow a more plentiful harvest, or the vines yield a more luxuriant vintage. But my eyes were insensible to the charms of nature, and the same feelings which made me neglect the scenes around me caused me also to forget those friends who were so many miles absent, and whom I had not seen for so long a time. I knew my silence disquieted them, and I well remembered the words of my father. I know that while you are pleased with yourself, you will think of us with affection, and we shall hear regularly from you. You must pardon me if I regard any interruption in your correspondence as a proof that your other duties are equally neglected. I knew well, therefore, what would be my father's feelings, but I could not tear my thoughts from my employment, loathsome in itself, but which had taken an irresistible hold of my imagination. I wished, as it were, to procrastinate all that related to my feelings of affection until the great object, which swallowed up every habit of my nature, should be completed. I then thought that my father would be unjust if he ascribed my neglect to vice or faultiness on my part, but I am now convinced that he was justified in conceiving that I should not be altogether free from blame. A human being in perfection ought always to preserve a calm and peaceful mind, and never to allow passion or a transitory desire to disturb his tranquillity. I do not think that the pursuit of knowledge is an exception to this rule. If the study to which you apply yourself has a tendency to weaken your affections and to destroy your taste for those simple pleasures in which no alloy can possibly mix, then that study is certainly unlawful, that is to say, not befitting the human mind. If this rule were always observed, if no man allowed any pursuit whatsoever to interfere with the tranquillity of his domestic affections, Greece had not been enslaved. Caesar would have spared his country. America would have been discovered more gradually, and the empires of Mexico and Peru had not been destroyed. But I forget that I am moralizing in the most interesting part of my tale, and your looks remind me to proceed. My father made no reproach in his letters, and only took notice of my silence by inquiring into my occupations more particularly than before. Winter, spring, and summer passed away during my labors, but I did not watch the blossom or the expanding leaves, sights which before always yielded me supreme delight. So deeply was I engrossed in my occupation. The leaves of that year had withered before my work drew near to a close, and now every day showed me more plainly how well I had succeeded. But my enthusiasm was checked by my anxiety, and I appeared rather like one doomed by slavery to toil in the mines, or any other unwholesome trade, than an artist occupied by his favorite employment. Every night I was oppressed by a slow fever, and I became nervous to a most painful degree, a disease that I regretted the more because I had hitherto enjoyed most excellent health, and had always boasted of the firmness of my nerves. But I believed that exercise and amusement would soon drive away such symptoms, and I promised myself both of these when my creation should be complete. All right, and we will close on the reading there for this week, and we will pick up with Chapter 4 next week for Weird Fiction Friday. What do you guys think? Do you enjoy it? All right. we will take a short intermission, and then I will be back to switch over to Magic the Gathering. How's that sound for everybody? And I will be jumping into the Discord, so if you guys want to hang out, comment on the game, give me some advice because I'm still, as I've said, kind of new to the new Magic stuff, or play against me and do some friend challenges, you're absolutely welcome. I dearly appreciate the company and conversation, so please do jump in. Ah, time to put the little dude to bed. Well, then I bid you good night, little dude. I hope you have an excellent evening and sweet, pleasant dreams. And hopefully, I will see you for the stream tomorrow. Good night, little dude. All right. I'll be back in a few, guys. I'm going to go use the head and maybe get some tea or something. And then I'll be back for the Magic stream. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Oh, time to switch over to magic. Get that loaded up. Okay, Vela, we'll see you in a little bit. Stream scene. Gameplay. Magic is loading, so it might take just a second. Alright, there we are. And let me switch over the stream title real quick. Stream manager. Maybe... Is there a different one for Arena? No, just Magic the Gathering. Okay. And done. Updated. Alright, I think we're ready to roll. Seeing if anyone wants to come join in the Discord. And if you're watching, please do jump in. The link will be in the chat very shortly. There we go. All right. To magic. So I played a few games since the last time I streamed it. And I've been working on a new deck, which Vezzer would probably fuss at me about because it's way too big. We're up at 121 cards, which he's right, it's too big. So working on paring that down some. Named the deck Boop the Snoot, as those of you who've watched before probably can understand why. But we'll try the standby, and we might play with some mutation too. I've yet to really play around with that mechanic, so that'll be a new thing for me. This is a pre-made deck, by the way, so I can't take credit one way or the other for its success, just for how well I managed to play it. But let's get a warm-up game going. I'm playing standard ranked as normal. Historic, there were just too many broken, overpowered cards. Although I am not happy with Scoot Swarm or Ugin. Those are ridiculous. And yes, I might totally play them if I manage to get a hold of them. But being able to just exile, say, all cards below casting cost of 6. What? Ugh. Completely ridiculous. All right. Oh, there's my new Shadow Spear. I like that thing. I don't really have any good opening cards, So I'll go ahead and mulligan that. This will let me get mana quick. I don't really want to drop below 6. I find that tends to be an issue. I think I might need this, so I'll give that one up for the moment. And we'll see what happens with 0 cadence. Alright, throw on the dual land, since we don't have any 1-cost creatures or spells. Okay. Kind of a self-buffing thing there. Alright, and let's get some white mana going. We'll throw Will-O-Wolf Haven out. And put it on the jungle. Now I've effectively got 3 mana. Love me some mana acceleration. I bet we're going to see a lot of creatures that increase with counters. What do you guys think? I get a definite feeling that's going to happen. Alright, so we've got white, green and black. I really need that second plains. But, alright, we'll throw that out there. If we can get him to burn these cards down to where he's got only a few cards, and then wipe the board, that'll put us in a good spot for the reversal. Provided I get a second white mana soon, before I, die. Okay. There's our second white mana. But I don't know if we're going to make it. 3, 7... 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Because once this attacks, these two are going to get boosted. It'll be a close thing. Real close. Fingers crossed, everybody. One life? Yes, I live. Okay. All right. Here we go. Even forgot to play my land. Oops. Alright, so he gets a spider. I get my Archon. And I'm going to lose my Archon because I can't take the damage. Rip. But I can get rid of that stupid spider. And I can throw out a shrine to start to get some life back. This will deal 1 damage to him during my main phase and heal me 1 for each shrine I have. So you can boot me, but I'll get that back. And I can summon my Guardian Angel. Woot woot, Guardian Angel. Which I'm going to put Eternal Thirst on. Alright, let's see if we can turn this thing around. As long as I get better draws, I should be alright. Boop the snoot. I think I'll keep that around for a bit instead of getting rid of Bertha Miletus. And gaining 2 life is not such a terribly big deal. And the reversal is going well so far. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood. Yes, I literally just knocked on my desk. Alright, I got a couple of cards to deal with. Aggressive enchantments or creatures if I need them. So that's good. I guess this would really only give me a +1/+1. So, not such a big deal. Be nice if I get another creature out, though. Poople Snoot. A little worried. He acted like he had something he could do. Wonder what he drew. Ah, I couldn't even... You couldn't let me get the final boop? Hey, Vezer, thanks for the lurk. Man. Can you believe that dude wouldn't let me get the last boop? Alright, let's see. Cast 20 white or black spells. I think I'll probably hit that. Do I refresh for a chance at 750? Oops. Wrong clicky thing. Still wrong clicky thing. Sorry. Still getting used to this. Let's open a new pack. Any daily deals I should do? I really don't care so much about the cosmetics. Nope. Alright. Packs it is. Give me pack. Let's see what we got. Anything cool? Discard a card, draw 2 cards. Okay. Skyclave Geobead. Oh, this guy was nasty. I had somebody use a couple of them against me, and then I threw all the glitters enchantment on a creature, and all these goblin constructs that he had stuck on me gave a whole bunch of bonuses to my creature that I enchanted. It ended up being like an 8/8 or a 10/10 or something like that. It's a little ridiculous. Alright, let's see. Anytime. Don't worry. I'm just gonna boop your snoot. I hate it when I wait for like 3 minutes, or, well, not actually 3 minutes, but a long time for somebody, and they get in, and then it pauses, and then it like disconnects, and it says it's a draw. Right when... It's fun. Okay. We'll keep that. Right when the game starts. Ooh, 2 compound fractures, and I get to use the Sanctum. Or not use the Sanctum. Shoot. Scry will be good. It's land, but it's not the land I want. Fingers crossed that I didn't just screw myself, but I need that black mana. Pacifism will help. Alright, let's get a creature out there for some defense. Pacifism will at least let me neutralize. Okay. That'll work. That'll work as a black mana. Remove counter. I don't really understand this one. I mean, I guess it forces you to tap it, which pacifism doesn't, but it's kind of like a temporary pacifism for the same cost. What? This is awful early to get that out. Planeswalker is not an enchantment, so I can't really do anything about that. Alright, let's get that out there. Alright, what you got, dude? Angel of Vitality. Okay. Let's make it a 4/4. Not a lot I can do at the moment. Yeah, there's black mana. That'll help. Alright. What should I do? Suppose I could just get rid of Heliod. Pacify it. Let's try it out. We'll make him ugly. And of course he brought Elspeth back. Fate's Fetters. Well, I guess we'll destroy that enchantment. And we'll have that to use next turn. And we will... Oh, what the heck? Let's boop the snoot. Boop. Boop the snoot. Really, dude? I think he's a little worried about the Hydra. Just a tiny bit. Stupid enchantment. The stop. Ah, fine. You can tell I'm new to this. I misclick like that. Screw it all up. All right. Move the tiniest bit faster, dude. Come on, you can do it. I promise. Anytime. Slowest dude ever. I mean, if I end up with a beastly caryatid out of that card, oh, I'm gonna lose my shit laughing. If I get a beastly orator. Need to unenchant that thing. Okay. I mean, I pacified his creature. I guess I can't fault him too much. This will be fun. Hey, dude. Here comes the big scary guy. Say bye-bye, Mr. Celebrant. I put Hydra's Growth, and he's been like untouchable this whole time, JMath. So he's just been growing, and he doubles the number of counters every turn. And then this guy, every time I gain life, he adds that many counters. Oh, he pacified him again. Dang it. That's alright. I've got lots of cards that destroy enchantments. We can make this work. Look at that thing. 34, 34. This is ridiculous, right? Of course, I can't do anything with him right now, but still. It's pretty hilarious. Oh, what are you going to exile? Oh, you're unlocking your angel. Okay. That's not a bad call. I can see that. Alright. Sure, you do that. I'll do this, though. All the triggers. And now you got to keep that shit right. Oh, you asshole. I hate that thing. Goodbye, Archon. It was nice having you for like a turn. Don't like you, dude. Broke my Archon. Fine. Fine. Tap all your shit, and then you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna draw an enchantment destruction card next turn. Yeah. And then you're screwed. I have no idea if this is actually gonna happen or not. Oh. Whatever. Do you see that orator? Oh, I need an enchantment destruction so bad right now. And for him to get trample. Put trample on that thing. Okay. Yeah, go boop him. Boop him good. Boople boop. How you doing, J-Math? You got pulled into a raid? I mean, is wiping multiple times really lucky? I'll grant you I don't play WoW, but this seems maybe not lucky. Wow, this shit again. It loses all ability. I get whittled to death by 1/1s. I swear. Alright. Well, you gotta die, Mr. Angel. No more of you. Can't be having that. Trying to start it. Gonna bring back Elspeth, aren't you? No, you're gonna bring back the fucking angel I just killed. Asshole. See? Called it. What a jerky jerk face. Veza would be riding me right now if he was in here. He'd be like, you know, if you had listened and, you know, had a smaller deck, you'd be able to get the cards you need. Shh. Maybe. Well, definitely blocking these 1/1s. They can go die. Fingers crossed. Come on. That's all I need. Just one card. I mean, the War Leader's not bad. This is just getting ridiculous. It'd be nice. Oh, you asshole. How many freaking neutralized cards do you have? Also, why aren't you using constellation creatures? This doesn't make any sense. Alright, well, that's game. Rip me. Dang it. Oh shit. Did I survive? No. Dang it. Don't think I'm going to hit Gold Deer one. Ooh, I got a mythic rare. Nice. I'd find something intelligent to do with that. Alright. Alright, I'm going to play one more match because I'll be able to finish this quest and then get a level. And then do you want to play a challenge match? Okay, sweet. Flajui? Flajui? Florida Jewy? I don't know. Whatever. One of those things. Some really good cards, but I won't be able to cast them. That's probably a mistake, but I'll keep it. And hopefully I won't need that as a trump card. So do Scoured Barrens, Forest, Impassioned Orator, Jungle Hollow, then start putting out our Pantheons. One, two, three, 4, 5. Almost enough to get this guy out. All right. That one out. Next turn, I'll be able to get that Guardian. I wonder if this is actually the concept for that deck, the life swapping thing. Because their Scorpion has it and their Bastion has it. Looks like. It's cute. Kill my creature, but you'll take damage and I'll gain life. It's very cute. Huh. So I take 1 damage, 2 damage, 3/4 from blocking that, and they'd gain 4 life. Super cute. I'll hang on to that as a board clear. Okay. Oh, that's cute. Mill a card if it's a creature. Damages. Super cute. I like it. I don't really like it, but I like it. Okay, well, only thing to do is to bite the bullet, take some damage. There we go. Hey, Asherna. I just started playing. We read Frankenstein earlier, and that was really good. We also read Kubla Khan by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Glad to see you pop on, though. Thanks for stopping in. It was good. I really enjoyed it. I've never actually read the book before. I've just seen all the various movies and different reproductions and references and whatnot to it. And it was interesting. It was different than any other version I've actually seen of Frankenstein. Like, none of the material that showed up in the book was actually in any of the versions that I've seen referenced. So that was really interesting. Right. Let's all attack her. I should have pacified one of those guys. Oops. Yeah, there was this whole series of things for this ship exploring the Arctic and all kinds of other stuff. All about what I assume is Frankenstein, like the doctor's early life and childhood and studies at university and that kind of thing. Most most versions I've seen just start with the guy arriving at like Frankenstein's castle, and the doctor in the story so far is actually doing his experiments at the top of a house instead of a castle. And so I don't know if like a castle comes into it later or what. Yeah, depth and background to characters. Madness, isn't it? Totally crazy having that. Utter madness. How was your stream? How'd it go? Character development. These seem like bad words in this day and age. I don't think I can let this guy have that. So we'll negate the brood moth for the moment. We will attack the death mage. No, Diablo's not terrifically traditional. Right, the brood moth, he comes back flying. Lame. Hopefully I can catch the VOD and see what it looks like. Alright. I definitely need to get rid of that brood moth. Yeah, I've run into that problem with Discord before. So this guy's doing a concept I haven't encountered before. It's well, there's Conrad again. Basically, I get punished for killing his creatures, which is very different. Do I have enough? 1, 2, 3, 4. Shoots. Well, I can at least tap that guy for now. Well, back in the past, I would play these blue, black, white decks that were focused on counter and control, and so they would neutralize the opponent's ability to do anything, take a couple of their creatures, and then kill them with their own stuff. And add cards that would tap and take control of creatures, and then other ones that worked in combo to destroy them. So it was really cool, lots of synergies. It was fun for me. The people I played against weren't as pleased with me on it. They called it the fuck you deck. Hey, Vezer. Welcome. This is a different I was just telling Asherna this is a different concept of deck that I'm playing against. Basically punishes me for killing any of his creatures. Mills cards, if they're creature cards, then he does damage. These things do damage and give life to them. It's just something I haven't encountered before. Alright, I think I may need to clear the board now. An oversized deck that you would disapprove of? Absolutely. No, this is standard. Why am I playing standard? Or why did I clear the board? Oh. Oh no! Too much. Oh well. I believe it. I want to get it down to like 80. So what I'm doing right now is just playing. That is possibly the grossest analogy I've ever heard. But no, I'm just playing around and experimenting with it to. I got a pack. See what cards I like, and then I'll pare it down some more. I don't really care about the standings all that much. So, let's see, this is a new one. Cute. Different. So he gets stronger as my creatures die. I don't know anything about it. What is the format for Brawl? Is it like is it a multi one? It's like what? Right. What is EDH? Okay, but I don't know what EDH is. I don't know what Commander is either. Yeah, I think this was a after my time kind of thing. Because you played longer than I did. Still have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Okay. What's the Okay. This seems extremely limited. Not necessarily bad, just very limited. Okay, so Brawl is like Commander? This guy gotta go. No speakers of the heavens around here. Well, it sounds like I'd have to design a whole new deck just for that. So probably not one that I'll try out today. Okay. Okay. I have tried JMath, and there ends up being like I can do this, but people complain that there's a echo. And if you mute the stream, then the view doesn't count. So I would be hamstringing myself for the stream if I did that. What about browser? I think I missed one of your words. Like, are you asking if I just stream directly with the Twitch website, or all the creatures I don't like here? Right, but that's that may not be something that I can get everybody to do. So, and it's not like I've got what, maybe a couple seconds delay in the audio on the stream. So, I don't think it's too big of a deal. Another one. Oof. Another one. Another one. All right. Let's see. Need land. Play it as a land. Get a creature out there. All the triggers. Maybe I should have kept that on do and cleared the board. Oh well. Get that guy out there. We will wait. Oh, I'm definitely going to lose this one. Wow, dude, you're being super cautious. Huh. I've already lost this game, so. Come on, dude. End it. End it. All the death. See, this kind of stuff just confuses me. Why is he even bothering? He's just completely wasting time. There's no point to this right now. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I just don't understand wasting time like that. Rip, there goes my gold rank too. Ah, whatever. Alright, let's try... I don't know. Anybody have a preference? Could play with the adventure mechanic or the mutation mechanic. Let's try the mutation. See what happens. That'll be new. Hey Vezzer, it's a 60 card deck. Ooh. That's kind of neat. So once he gets going, it could be somebody that you really don't want to kill. Pretty cool. So I feel a little handicapped because I have no idea what cards are even in this deck or how you're supposed to play it. So this will be a bit of a learning experience. No, this is a pre-made that I unlocked, and I've never even looked at the cards. Like, I have no idea what's coming in this deck. So yeah, this will be interesting. All right, so don't. Why is it saying that I can cast this? Mutate you. All right, so mutate over. Okay. So it becomes 3/3, but it's still got the Polywog symbiote ability. Oh, and it reduces my casting cost if I have mutate. That's cool. Except that it just died. Rip that guy. Alright. I'm going to use Soul Shatter. Oh, that's gross. What is that thing? Ooh, it's not nice. Okay. So if you mutate him with the Dreamtail Heron, he gains flying, right? So how this works? That's not nice. So mutate you under combat. All right, let's see how this plays out now. Honestly, you should have blocked with that Gorger. Dirge Bat. Mutate him onto the hemophage. Death touch. That's not nice. Now what? Now I do the thing. What thing? This thing does the thing? I don't know what the thing is. Vela just says. Are you really? Are you really not gonna block? Why isn't he blocking? This dude is weird. Sure, you can have one of my goats. I mean, he's got 2 out there. All right, we shall attack. By the way, if the sentinel dies, all 5 of these creatures underneath it immediately enter the battlefield. Yep, exactly like that. Your F spam? I take it bad things happened. 3, 4, 5, 6. It's got 5 blockers. All I know for sure is that things are going to die. You know, whatever. There's nothing scarier than a 0-2 mysterious egg attacking you. You might get egg in the face. Well, he's got 1 life left. Oh, that's gross. Oh, he's got that food token over there. Oh. Okay. This'll work. Wait, it's Flash. Why can't... Oh, that's horse shit. Damn it. I screwed that up. Whatever. Everybody attack. Rookie mistake for the win. Alright. You get +3. I guess I didn't need +3 on that. I've confused Flash and Haste. I was thinking with Flash I could just like... Man, I feel dumb. Wait. Damn it. I'm making all kinds of mistakes. was thinking that it was going to -2 the life, or the toughness. Messing this all up. Okay. Now this guy can attack. Sacrifice Island. Next. Attack. And you're done. Woohoo! I won with a deck I've never played before or even seen. And I regained my rank. And I did it in spite of all the screw-ups I made. Because I absolutely screwed shit up. Alright. Anybody want to play a challenge game? Nope. Okay. Almost too late there, J-Math. Yep. I saw it just as I was about to push the button. I like you. You haven't given me your friend code yet. All right. Let's see. I'ma boop your snoot, J-Math. What are you gonna do about it? See that right there? That's your snoot. I'ma boop it. Also, you gotta minimize the stream. Oh, mulligan. Ew, worse. So much worse. Crap. I don't want to go any lower. I guess I have to keep that. Fuck. So screwed. There's no way I can cast that. Nothing I can cast that on. My bullshit has been called? What do you mean my bullshit's been called? Ah, okay. Well, I missed it. I am sorry. Here, I'll add you right now. Well, I'm glad Gecko loves you. You're just gonna have to deal with me being a jerk. Also cute rats. I wonder if there's bias in the shuffle algorithm. It always seems like the typhoid rats, if they're in your deck, tend to be in your hand starting. You don't always start out with land. Let me tell you, that is not a thing. All right. Anytime, J-Math. Why are you emoting nice? You could just say something. All right. Here I come. I'ma boop that snoot. Yup. Your rats are dead. Fair, but you also just spent 2 mana to save a 1 mana card. Just saying. True, and that plussed up your Gorger. That's fair. Alright. Well, fine. I'm gonna boop the snoot again. What you gonna do about it? Nothing? Boop! Boop the snoot. Did you think I was gonna do shenanigans? Don't lie. You were afraid of shenanigans. You didn't want to lose the Gorger? You can't be afraid, man. You gotta be assertive and aggressive. Oh, that's not nice. Why would you do that? Well, I say no. You cannot get away from having your snoot booped. Not like that. Alright, what you got now? You gonna fly over my head and boot me? Yup. Guess what? Bye-bye, Gorger. Yes! Yup. Can't be having that thing. On the other hand, you're making me burn my cards. To a point. Oh, nice timing. Right before the +1 took effect. Nice. Boop the nose. Who's such a meanie head? Who are you calling a meanie head, Vela? You haven't even... I am not a meanie head. You haven't even taken my friend request yet. Talk about a meanie head. Boop the nose. Hey, that's not nice. That's not nice at all, Vela. Can you believe these guys picking on me? Fine, I'll hold off on my attack. This is actually the first time I've been mana screwed with this deck. Hey Vezer, check out that sexy number of cards there. Do you like it? Later you want to help me reduce it a bit? It hurts your loins. Oh man. It hurts your loins. Oh god. Okay. Oh man, I've got to figure out why why Discord sound isn't being conveyed properly. Yes. It's all right. You win. All you have to do is attack. Hey, good job, J-Math. We've played twice. We've played twice. That's it. We played 2 times. It's not like I've just been beating you into the ground, dude. All right. You ready, Vezer? I challenge you, Vezer. Almost. Do you want to play one more, J-Mouth? Okay. I use a different deck this time. Dude, don't talk down about yourself. You played well. You were effective, and you won. That's all there is to it. Whatever, I'll keep it. It's a stupid decision, but whatever. Live with it. This one's only got like 80 cards, Vezer. Is that better? I can just see Vezer's eye like twitching. The problem that I have with the problem that I have with the 60 card decks is all the people playing mill decks, and I just lose every time if I'm playing a 60 card deck against those, and I fucking hate it. So that's why I don't like the idea of just doing a 60 card deck, because they're milling right out the gate and I don't have a chance. Oh, you could beat the 120 with just about any deck, man. It is not well put together yet at all. This is just not a thing. I'm not saying that it's a good deck yet. I'm saying why philosophically I don't like the 60 card deck. Now, if you want to show me that you can beat a decent mill deck with a 60 card deck regularly, then we'd have a different conversation. My priest is coming for you. Here he is. Right, but I'm talking about arena. Yeah, you say that. I want you to show me. In arena, not a different version of the game. I mean, you had to know that was going to happen, J-Math. I had a whole bunch of untapped mana and 5 cards in my hand. So, was it better to take 1 point of damage or lose that creature? It is a different deck. But you can see that I'm playing white and black, although every color has things like that. Has some kind of boost or buff or instant that they can use in combat. Not to mention you could have blocked with the Gorger, yeah? Oh, it was, right? Okay. What? Because it wasn't destruction, because it wasn't damage. Damn it. I just did it stupid. I did do a stupid. It was a big stupid. I can't believe I just did that. Oh well, whatever. I laid indestructible on a creature that was dying because it got debuffed to 0 toughness. And then I looked at it like, oh, why did I die? Gee, I wonder. I can't imagine why I died. Well, that's game. Now you've won 2 out of 3, J-Math. You sure you still want to call it lucky? Nah. Maybe. I don't remember. See, I tried to remind you that I've only been playing Arena a few more days than you, and it really doesn't signify a whole lot. Alright, you ready, Vezzer? Vezzer gonna stomp my butt. I hope those of you that are watching are in a forgiving mood watching a streamer get his butt kicked all the time. All right. We'll see how bad Boop the Snoot does against Vezzer. Your avatar looks like he's taking a really aggressive poop. It's like, push! You chose him because he looks like he's taking an aggressive poop. Nice. That's kind of a neat land. Gives mana boost if you're casting creature spells. Oh, yeah. Oh, my. Don't swallow the mic. Alright. What do I play? Alright, let's get that out there. Okay, well, your voice got a lot louder all of a sudden. I don't know, is 6 mana enough for you to cast a big creature yet? Actually, you should be able to get 8 mana, right? Is it a Giga? It's Ape. It's not a nice ape either. Alright. Here comes the smackdown. Nice synergy with the ape and the castle. destroy my shrine or my spear? Oh, you didn't like my spear? Man. It's a nice spear, though. Auto boop. That tangled florahedron looks like a D8 that got eaten by a rose bush. Or a spring bouquet or something. Hey, Car. Been a while. How are you? Magic the Gathering. Oh, hey, would you guys tell him to load Twitch so he can actually hear me talk? Yeah, pretty much. Is it really that bad? Well, Car, you could always just navigate directly to the page instead of loading Twitch itself. Crazy idea, I know. Could you tell him what I said, Vela? I said he could always just navigate, yeah, directly to the page instead of the main Twitch channel. Then he wouldn't get stuck. Hey, Car. Yep, I can hear you. Long time no hear you though. Alright, come on, Vezir. It's game over. All my creatures are tapped and you have plenty on the board already to kill me. Let's make this happen. There's literally no faster you could make it happen than right now. Oh, you well, get it. It's free to play. If they're recent, you may even be able to add those cards to the game. All right. I gotta go play somebody else so I can regain my dignity real quick. Yeah, I'll load up and get my butt kicked. Nope, not stream info. Preferences. Channel. Is there some way I can get rid of the delay? It's already set up for near real-time interaction. All right. We'll keep these. Well, good. That's what it should be. It should be like basically no delay. I'm not doing I don't have any like stream sniping settings or anything because normally I'm reading books, so there's not really a point. Uh-oh. Don't think that's going to happen. Don't think that's even possible. I can't believe he bothered to kill my Polywog. It's harsh. What a meanie. Alright, Dirge Bat'll be fun though. Yes. Let him smack me. Just get to my turn. Alright. The island. Get the Dirge Bat out. And then hope the Dirge Bat survives for me to mutate it. Probably won't. It's probably got a creature destruction card in his hand. Demonic Embrace. I'm trying to read it. Stop moving around. It's kind of neat. You can cast it from your graveyard. All right. Mutate. You. Over. that thing. All right. Boop his nose. Boople snoot. So what you been up to, Car? I don't think it's real time for Car anymore. Longest delay ever. Your mic was up. Okay. Ah. Cool. So server died like crashed, not like nobody's around. Who made a boo boo? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. Rip. Uh-oh. Hopefully they backed it up before they updated it. Mm. Sorry, didn't hear what you said. Uh, Stream currently can't hear Discord. No. Sorry. I haven't got that quite. Yeah. So what's up? What's your question? Streaming. Added Magic is streaming, and playing a little bit of like 7 Days to Die, some Undermine on console. Let's see what else. Yes, I built some really cool Lego sets. I got this awesome Lego set that's a Nintendo Entertainment Center or system and a CRT TV, and the TV has this like scrolling Super Mario, like the original Super Mario scene. That you just rotate this crank and you see Mario like jumping through a level. It's actually really, really cool. Well, this dude pulled out a win. Why are you bothering to murder the creature? You just won, dude. What is the point? Wait. Actually, I can live. Sweet. I live one more turn. Maybe 2 more turns. I get to live. Shit. Why didn't I attack? Oh, I'm an idiot. I could have just won. Oh, when you lose all your life, the counter next to your avatar portrait, you win or lose. And if I had attacked on my turn, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see he only had 3 life. I would have won. Shit. Well, I have to block. Damn it. I'm a complete idiot. Can't believe I did that. Mm-hmm. He had 3. My creature would have done 5 damage. I would have killed him. It wasn't a glitch. It was me being an idiot. Oh, that was dumb as shit. Well, I am completely embarrassed now. Oh, I should be. I had the victory, and I don't even know. God, that was dumb. And now it's on recording for anybody to see just how stupid that was. Yeah, didn't I say I wanted to go into that to like regain some dignity after the beatdowns that I got from Vezir and J-Mac? I guess. So, basically to explain what I did, Car, I had my dagger to the other guy's throat, right? And I went, nah, never mind. Here's my dagger. You take it, and now you stab me. That's what I did. So he has blockers, right? His blocker was tapped. I could have attacked. I didn't. So then I had to block his bigger creature the next turn or die that turn, which killed my creature. So then I had nothing left to go after him with. But that was my chance right there to kill him, and I screwed it up. Alright, as soon as I finish this one, I'll play Avella. Thank you for finally accepting my friend request. I'm honored. Yeah, but I just got the challenge thing. And I didn't want to... I know, and I didn't want to look because, I'd be sad if I saw that you hadn't accepted my friendship. So very, very sad. Force this card. How did you do that? Lame. Alright. Probably should have put plains out instead of forest. Oh well. Nope. Dick. So if I had blocked that creature, it would have died, which then this would have taken 1 damage and gotten a -1 counter, which would have killed my angel. So he's trying to bait me into that shit. Because he's a dick. Yes, all of those things. So you can unlock decks that are pre-made, or you can create your own, and you can get new cards added from earning gold or spending real money, and then you change out the gold or the money for cards, and you unlock, and it's random booster packs of cards. And then from there, sorry, just thinking about what I want to do. You can unlock like 5 or 6 decks when you start. I guess Vezir's going to take over the explanation. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but okay. Don't say that. Oh, aw, you gave up, dude. I've seen people do reversals from like, yeah, but people can do reversals from like 3 HP and then come back. I had this one dude. I was beating him 160 life to 7. And he freaking reversed it and beat me 260 something to negative 197. So you really shouldn't just give up like that. All right, let's play Vela. My deck is trash. I still don't know how I got gold tier. Poor Gecko is struggling to get out of bronze, and then I'm sitting at gold. It makes no sense because she's got better cards, more skill, more knowledge. Maybe. Although if you lose too much, you can go down in ranks too. I was up to gold 2 and lost all the way down to gold 4. Gold 1's like the top gold one, and then above that is mythic. Is that right, Vezzer? Does it sound right? I think that's right. Um, Above gold tier is mythic, right? Or is there another one between those? All right, so I just played a triple land car. So when I tap that, I get either white, black, or green mana. Yep. She booped the snoot. After gold is diamond. Yeah, you should, man. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything. And Vela and JMath just started. Vela and JMath just started, and I've only been playing this for a week now. From the website, just search Magic the Gathering Arena. Say again, you broke up there. Okay, so next is platinum. All right. It struggles. Okay. Ugh. I don't think I'm gonna get mythic. I don't think I'm gonna get platinum. Auto boop. Ew, vampire. It could be fun. See, that's what I was asking you earlier. Was what does EDH mean? Elder Dance hype. So it's like a somebody spiked the punch at a retirement home. Nope. Right, but the reason that that happens is so that so that chat is not completely like unaware of what's going on. Since they can't hear the Discord conversation, it helps to restate what you guys say and then answer and respond to it. So that's why you say something and then a few seconds later I kind of repeat it and then answer it. Kapow. No! I'm sad now. She killed my priest. Sad face. I don't know. I will say that I am not getting nearly the reaction I did last week. I don't know if that's because I'm not showing up on the browse page or um, something about the stream title isn't as appealing or what, but I don't know. I am, I guess, an attention whore. If I'm not getting attention, I won't stay on streaming for 5 hours. This isn't really like my main stream focus, so. Last week when I streamed Magic, I had like 17 viewers and 100 views on the VOD. It was ridiculous. But it seems like that was just a flash in the pan. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. But yeah, streaming Magic is an experiment. I used to play a long time ago when I was a kid, and I played like Dark and Unlimited and Arabian Nights and stuff like that. So many ages ago. Exactly. Back in my day. I never played Pokemon. I almost thought I was going to get into Pokemon. Well, I almost thought I was going to get into it because my kid started playing. And I was like, all right, fine. I'll play with my kid. But she lost interest like almost immediately. So that saved me, and I didn't have to learn to play. You may as well attack Vela. They're both flying creatures. Those creatures you have can't block them. So there's no benefit to you to holding back. So you glitched and exploited. Tisk tisk. Multi-boop. Multi-boop on the Vela. Oh, I forgot to push intern. Oof. Yeah. When I went off to the military and I was in boot camp, my my family sold off all of my video games, my entire NES collection, all that shit. It took me like 10 years to rebuild even a portion of what I had. And you know, it's not like they took a ton of room. There's like one box of stuff. It's like, what? You guys couldn't, let that sit there for 2 months while I was in boot camp till I could get it? It's not nice. Kapow! Alright. Let's try to boop somebody's snoot. I used to have the original Nico Bolas, like the first time it got issued. Wait, what are we talking about? I should probably have played Jungle Hollow instead. Oh well. Yeah, no. That's what I usually do. Yeah, I should have played that before I put the Hollow out. Yeah. I know. I make lots of mistakes. This guy likes Charizard. He's a Chard Ziggler. Yup. Kind of the feeling I was getting. Yeah, I have. Then last week I streamed for 5 hours, which was the longest stream I've done. Mana gain. Once I have a 4/4 4 power higher creature, it's 2 mana of any color, which is pretty nice. Mm-hmm. Yep. It is. And then I gained life, so they're both 4/4s. Not sure what America has to do with this. Oh, I saw something funny. The the dude that was running around in your capital with the horns and the face paint looks exactly like a Simpsons character. Time travel. Maybe Matt Groening is actually from the future, came back, and is trying to influence the world by creating The Simpsons and predicting future events to try and change the course of the future. Okay, we'll see when you get back. What is... That'd be cool. Why were you so big? Because he gets +2/+2. Okay. Chapow. Chapow. All right. What do you think? Do I risk it? Never mind. What? Dick. Why do people do that to me? Fight it out. Show a backbone. He just quit. He's just like, yeah, I'm out. I can't possibly beat this. Sorry, I just hate winning like that. Alright. Let's see if this next guy will give me a better battle. Alright. Huh. Okay, I've got black and green mana, green mana, green mana, all white cards. Mulligan. You like that I still got the Sisyphus up? Yeah. Hey, you know, I mean, I'm not going to put my face, but I got to put something, right? Yeah, I guess that wasn't terribly effective. I was afraid I was going to break it, to be honest, because the little mechanical arm that moves the ball around can actually get like out of whack and all messed up. So this is basically an elven rat. Where did you say it? Oh, stream broke on your end. Yeah, that was a while ago. I figured you'd let me know when it was back. I was absolutely 100% talking to you while we were playing. I mean, that would have been fine. That would have been. I wouldn't have cared, honestly. It would have been totally fine. Don't boop me. I boop you. That's not how this goes. Also, I need mana. Give me the mana. Okay. Kind of neat, but not particularly scary. Okay, we get it. Holy crap, that's a big deck. That's gonna get murdered. See that thing? That's gonna die. Like immediately when it comes in. I'm waiting to murder something more like this. I don't want to just murder the little dudes. Because he had to reveal it. Revealed cards are displayed like that. Okay, I might murder that thing instead. Definitely murder the shit out of something. If I draw a mana, there we go. It's not enough life to trigger it. Damn it. Oh well. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted you to do. That's fine. I don't care about that part. Aww. No, go back to the Seagate Colossus. Block it with the Colossus. He's worried that I have shenanigans going on. Damn it. I wanted him to be arrogant. Be like, I'm gonna crush you with my Colossus. And then that card I played on it would have made it 5 power, which would have killed that thing, and indestructible, so my card wouldn't have died, and I still had it available as a blocker. But he caught himself. He was totally going to be arrogant, and then he caught himself. I'm bummed. I'm gonna murder you. That guy right there. I'll murder him. I'm dead, by the way. So dead. Alright, that'll give me 4 blockers. Won't be enough. Oh well, I'll murder you on the way out. Alright, finish the game, dude. Come on, man. You don't even have to cast other stuff. Seriously. It's over. All you have to do is do the attack. You're such an asshole. Yup. Just to be a dick. There's no other point to it. Just attack with everything, dude. The game's over. Really. Here, I'll remind you again. There, good game. Click the button. Don't debate your choices. It just pisses me off when people do this shit. Oh, I'm gonna knock you down to what, 1 life and then I'll taunt you. I'm breathing. Finally. Jesus. Alright. No, I was supposed to be dead multiple turns ago, and he declined to attack me with everything, which he should have. And so he just left me hanging at 3 life. Which is a serious dickbag move. I know, but I don't want to. I don't like the concessions either. Unless the other person's just being a complete dick about shit. I don't like the concessions. I'd rather fight it out, finish the game. Because it's will. Mm-hmm. Which I wanted you to do. Right. It's just when people do that, I see it as this like complete and total lack of respect for the other person. Right. It's total disrespect. Just letting them hang there 1 life. It's saying you're not even like worth killing or acting like I'm playing a game, I'm going to treat you like a bot. I'm going to treat you like a computer program. And that's not right. Don't do that to people. I know, I'm talking about in general and people. I'm not accusing you of shit. I'm talking to Vezer in Discord, by the way, for people who are watching. Alright. I hate to get rid of the only creature card, but I'm not going to be able to cast that for a long while. Not here. Were you blowing your nose, J-Math? I'm drinking the last of my tea. Which discovered something. As nice as cocoa with peppermint schnapps is, and as like kind of like pleasurable taboo as it is to start day drinking first thing in the morning. Not like serious day drinking, not like trying to get drunk, but just a little bit of alcohol in the morning. It does not do good things for my throat. And my throat gets real sore. Nope. So a little bit of alcohol just knocks you out. That is a while. Yeah, I drank too much after I got out of the military, to the point that I was concerned that I had a problem, and so I stopped myself and went like cold turkey for 30 days, because I figured if I can't do 30 days without drinking, then I have a problem and I need to do something about it. But if I could just stop and not do it cold turkey for 30 days, I'd be all right. The Irish goodbye. What is the Irish goodbye? You just pieced out. Okay. Okay. The problem with singing streams is you'll get a takedown in a ban. And didn't your country make it? Didn't your country make it a felony to like copyright infringe now? don't like these things. You should definitely download it, Car. But only halfway. And there goes my game. Rip. Oh, bye JMath. Sorry, I didn't see your chat message. Alright. Well, I'll do at least one more match. Might do a few more. Just depends. Hey guys in chat, if you want to keep me playing, say something. Say hi in chat. Be interactive. I love actually like talking to people. And, you know, if you see me doing something weird or wrong or whatever in the game or have suggestions, please lay them on me. Old school player. I played ages and ages ago, and I'm just getting into the arena stuff, and so I'm still learning this shit. So please feel free to pop in. Rock on, what's up? Pretty sure your car. Thanks, Vezzer. I know, 60 cards. Rock on and Not Corpse are both hanging out with me in Discord, by the way. You're welcome to come join us and hang out in there too. I bet Vela is about to pop the link up in chat. You can also... No, you're not chopped liver. You've just been talking this whole time. So, you know. Don't leave. Why? Why are you picking on me? Yeah, that was Vezer who said that. Vezer and Not Corpse are the same person, Car. Just like Rock On and Car are the same person. Alright, you are hanging out in the Discord with me though, Vela. I love it when you hang out in the Discord with me. So much love. That's why I give you all the moderator powers and everything. You can ban anyone. What powers do you have on Alex's channel that you don't have here? Yet. Were they really people, though? Were they really people? I'm pretty sure you banned bots on my channel. Bots aren't people. No, I totally believe you banned. I totally believed you banned people on Alex's. Val is talking about one of our other streamer friends, a guy named Alex the Plug. Any chance you could throw a shout out for him, Vela? I'd appreciate it. Not sure why you'd bother pacifying the caryatid. Since I'm just going to use it as a mana source anyway. You just type in their name. It's a regular shout out command and type their full Twitch name. Don't really see anything I want to cast. And that is our friend Alex. He's awesome. So feel free to give him a look, give him a follow. I think he was playing World War Z. I'm not sure if he's still playing right now. Or he's playing Dead by Daylight now. He streams Dead by Daylight and World War Z and Jack in the Box or something like that. Jackbox. You're gonna have a heart attack from Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I can't play it. All right. Did you guys notice as soon as we did the shout out, we lost like 3 people? Like 3 viewers. Everybody went over to watch Alex instead of us. Self-sabotage. Ah, well. Nobody can hear you, Vezer. Now you guys are just talking a foreign language. I don't play that game. Alright. Block. Go indestructible. And now you die. Ha ha ha. I killed him. Aw, that's not nice. You just gave him protection, gave himself protection from my card. Huh. Wonder how that works out. Man, that's brutal. Does no damage. So I get no life. And he destroyed it. God, he was scared of that card. Admittedly, it's a scary card. Hmm. Did everybody just stop talking? Cara, Bella, you guys there? Okay. It just got all quiet for a sudden. I destroy you before you can become indestructible. Ha ha ha. Suck it. Ah, sorry. Yeah. This guy played this card that made him immune to a particular card of mine. So I wanted to experiment a little bit and see what would happen if I attacked with it. And it just did nothing. I thought maybe it would like not take damage, but I'd still gain life from the life link, and it did absolutely nothing. Well, this will be kind of boring until I get something. I feel like we should play the is that the Jeopardy song, I think? What did he do? It's not a nice emblem. Kill them all. Hey Vezer, is there any way to destroy an emblem? Or is that just like forever? That is... This emblem creates a 1/1 white soldier creature token at the beginning of combat, and then adds a 1/1 counter to every creature you control on your turn. It's ugly. Ugly, ugly thing. Yeah, I don't like it. I want it, but I don't like it. Vigilance. Damn you. Well, I'm screwed. Yeah, totally screwed. You just gonna mock me? Really? That's not nice. Dick. She's watching me get my butt kicked. Nice. I'd like to play him. Like a weenie deck or just like a bad deck? A bad deck? You're gonna make a bad deck? Is that to play me or the new people? Okay. And not utterly humiliate me every single time? I appreciate that. Alright, let's try out Starry-Eyed. I haven't played this deck. I have no idea what's coming. Don't even know what cards are in it. I haven't even played blue since I started Arena, other than the color challenge. Wait, no, the mutation deck had blue. Okay, that's a lie. I played some blue. Barokin, huh? What do you want to bet this guy's exploiting the shit out of Magic? Blue-green Scoot Swarm? Oh, no. Mill deck. Totally a mill deck. I hate mill decks. How is it they always draw the ruin crab in their first hand? Still, it shouldn't be every single time. Well, I am going to lose very quickly to this thing because I'm playing a 60 card deck, which gets butt kicked against mill decks. What would you play, Vezir? Accelerate your mana. Get rid of one of his millas. Done. Nope. He. Yeah. That's a nasty little card, that Mystic Subdual. Brood Moth, yeah. Actually, I'm going to cast this one first. Oh, no. I miscalculated that. Well, that was dumb. Draw cards. Yep. Alright. Should be easier if I actually knew what was in the deck. Because I have some idea what was coming. Get into the blocker next turn, though. I'm down to 19 cards. That is not good. What I need is something that shuffles my graveyard back into my library. The Brood Moth, it's 3/4 flying. Okay, yes, the Brood Mother's a giant spider. If something dies, it comes back as a flying creature. Another enchantment out, yeah. Too late. That was his only flying creature. Yeah, but the capture sphere wouldn't do anything to that one or the other. Throw that one out there. You'd think I'd have more cards to take care of enchantments with something like this. $13 left. Oh, you made me mill what I needed. Rip me. 3, 6, 7, 8. The moth out. The lionfish out. Three attackers, 4 blockers. Question is, can I kill him before he mills me to death? Yes. Yes, I can. Alright, fingers crossed, unless he's got some incredible card, that's game. Die, 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 die. Come on, dude, die. I want you dead. Yes! Victory is mine! Woo! Dude, that was close. Oh, that was close. Alright. Should I play the boop the snoot deck against you now? I'm gonna get a pack real quick. You won't stop me from getting a pack? But I want this. I want this guy. I know, but I want Godzilla. Can't tell me you don't want a giant, like, atomic fire breathing kaiju in your deck. You suck. Nothing personal, but you suck. I mean, that's a cool land. Alright, Vezir. Let's play one. Boop the Snoot versus the deck you just built. And we can totally make this like a training game if you want to keep watching the stream. Or you can just play it straight up, whichever way. Okay. It's the Derpy Dogs. Somebody showed me a meme the other day. It was this wolf stalking through the snow, and it said like 10,000 BC or something like that on it. And it said, I could see what food's at that campfire. What could possibly go wrong? And then the next picture says today, and it's a pair of derpy looking dachshunds with like goofy knitted hats on. And it's like today. I thought it was funny. Dogs and cats. White weenie deck. I was going to ask if it was a weenie deck. You made that your companion, didn't you? You did. I actually did that backwards. Oh well. Ugin would be the death of your deck. It's actually the kind of stuff like that where it's exile all target creatures below whatever casting cost that's kept me from playing a weenie deck. Used to love playing speed weenie decks. Just for fun. A weenie deck is a whole bunch of really low casting cost weak creatures that you can just spam out. It's like the death of 1,000 cuts kind of thing. Alright, so pretty much kills him. Ah, you're gonna sacrifice and make him indestructible, aren't you? Fine. Fine. Unless I want that thing to pop right back out. Come on, you know you have like 3 more creatures you can throw out. Pretty straightforward. No, that didn't do me a whole lot of good, did it? And I lose to the weenie deck. Kapow! Good game, Vezir. I know. Right in my face. You put your weenie deck in my face. Wow, I finally got a 750 gold quest. First one ever. Play 40 lands. You just do it. You do it. Okay. Kind of thinking maybe I just take this right back down to a black-white. I'm not really getting a lot of use out of the green. All right, so we've got 32 land. Quite a bit more white than black. All right, let's see how it goes. Do you want to play again, Vezir, or should I play a random person? Okay, I'll play when you get back from your smoke. Oh, probably. Oh, okay. Quiet car. Yeah, it does have a, albeit lengthy, pretty decent tutorial. If I pour my tea too a while ago, it's now cold tea. But that's okay. I will tell them thank you later, but they are nowhere around. Void crystals or whatever they are. Wow, they really didn't like my shrine. Yeah. What is a plasma planet? What is a plasma planet? Kinda, yeah. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. You can't just dig under them either. Hmm. Can you dig underneath the towers? What is that thing? Oh, that's gross. Look at this thing. I like that a lot. No, that's his. That's so gross. Very gross. Death touch. Cool. That's good. Nope. Not interested. Dude, look at that thing. Look at that thing. Oh, Nethroi, the apex of death. Green, black, white. Whenever this creature mutates, return any number of target creatures with total power 10 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's super gross. Talking about a totally different game. Empyrean. It's kind of like 7 Days to Die in space without the Horde Knight mechanic. So it's a survival crafting game with voxel terrain, so you can destroy terrain, but you can build ships and stuff and actually fly them. Well, this didn't end well. Yeah, Carr crashed his ship into our ship, took the whole server out, corrupted the playfield. They had to roll it back and restore it to a previous version of the playfield. He broke it so hard. So all these cards I don't even know about. What set is this with the like weird canted eyeball? Oh. I needed this thing in my deck. Yep, totally dead. So, ripping out the green did not make this deck work better. It made it work worse. Alright. So I clearly need to do a total overhaul on this deck, or scrap it and start from scratch. Also, obviously I need this Planeswalker. It's the same damn game, dude. I don't know what, because it's the exact same game. You're playing a game where you can't even crouch. You're playing the most movement restricted game I've seen in years. And you're complaining that the other game's movement is too restricted? Okay. Oh. Alright, well, I think I'm going to close my stream out there on that note. And I think we'll go raid Alex, because he's on. What? No. That's ridiculous. Alright, let's go raid Alex. Yes, chill is good. And away we go. Thanks everybody for joining me. I hope you join the Discord. Check us out. If you haven't clicked that follow button, click follow. But have an excellent day, night, evening, afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. But it's obviously bedtime, and so I say goodnight to you.